Hi there.
Oh, hey.
How do?
Oh, we do. Should probably have a side stream. There we go. That'll help. Okay. Dimensional corridor. That's where we be. Yep. So, let's see. So there's our map. It's definitely very tight and compact.
All things considered, it's pretty straightforward. As I said, it only really has one actual puzzle, and it's a doozy. It's basically all the puzzles compacted into one.
Oh, lovely. Oops. Well, it sounds like a hoot and a half, so I say we go get started.
Get started with the hollering. We go with the hooting.
Yeah. Alright, so now we get to kill this particular mini-boss permanently.
You're just making it harder on yourself.
No, I'm making it take longer is all I'm doing.
Yeah,
It's
if
a
you ended up
difference.
taking a hit.
How you doing, Mr. Gooey? Alright.
That's not a thing. It really looks like it's a thing. It's actually not.
It is really surprising in a lot of ways.
You'd think there'd be something about it, but no, it isn't.
Alright, now I remember... Oh, that's it.
We have the sacred bull. The sacred buffalo.
And like with everything around here, there is a quote for that. Hi, hon. Nope, can't punch it. So how many total bosses are there in this particular?
We don't count Tiamat? 11.
11. Oh boy. I remember this going better last time.
That's too high. Oh boy, you can't find a landing space.
Yeah, well, it's like, what was up with that? There we go.
Now you have your thing translated, capable of translating, you should read these.
Incantation of life. Recorded new mantra, birth. Incantation of eternal rest, death. Recorded new mantra, death. I don't remember about going in here.
That was one of the philosophers.
Oh, right.
It was off to the side.
Well, I guess we go down. beyond the boundaries of time, huh? Somebody is going to be awaiting me, huh?
You've seen her already, remember?
I do think I have. Nope. I'm gonna hold on to that just in case.
This is sort of a non-puzzle. You'll understand when we get there.
Ah. Oh. Oh, hi.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the water.
Ah! Okay. Can we get out of there? Please?
You have to hold the button.
There it goes. Oh my god, I haven't even hit it yet.
Yeah, broadly speaking, your best plan for this one is to hang around more towards the middle and left area.
The what area?
The middle and left area.
Gotcha.
About roughly where you are. Pretty much for that reason.
I'm not in good shape.
You can also sort of track where the boss is underwater by the bubbles that they leave behind. You can use that to predict where they're going to pop up.
Oh god, it doesn't even have that much health.
No, it doesn't, because, you know, they don't have a lot of health because actually hitting them is hard. They survive by being irritating. Now, at this point, I would advise dumping out and just, you know, healing.
Yeah. Well, that's 3 of them out of the way anyway. 8 to go. Oh well. Got my iced tea. I am ready for a good night of this. Let's see if we can't get it done.
So, a notion occurred. Having the flail whip would make doing this next section easier, and it's entirely possible to get it. Theoretically, you could have gotten it by the time you unlocked the Philosophers.
Okay, so where is the flail whip?
You might remember that there was a puzzle, a mega puzzle, that I said, don't even read that tablet yet, because that'll be a problem.
I seem to remember that being in the Tower of the Goddess.
That is correct. So, you don't have sufficient information to solve that puzzle right now, and I am not going to give you the solution for it. But I will tell you a very big piece of information, a very important piece of information, is in the Temple of Moonlight, because you might remember that the very first untranslatable tablet that you ran into was in there, and that would be probably the most central piece of information in the whole puzzle. So it's on the screen above this one.
Above this one, you say? Okay. No. No reason to do that the hard way. Nope. Not sure what happened there. Who cares?
Did not say.
Okay. So that's the big part of this, huh?
And if you look over your text tracks real quick.
7 weights.
And if you scroll down, you'll see like the white opal represents joy.
Yep.
So if you look at the one that you just got.
The white
Ergo,
opal is 20.
The opal is worth 20.
Now we've got something else in here that that indicates that no, not that one. Ah, black onyx is eloquence, purple amethyst is sincerity. So,
and there was another one you have lower down on the list, as I recall.
So that's the first 3. And red ruby is passion, and the sapphire signifies affection. What type of sapphire? So we've got joyful, eloquence, sincerity, and passion set. And then there's the matter of whether the sapphire is blissful, pure, or affectionate. So we're missing 2 of them. Let's see, where was that? That was in Budo's tomb. Now. Oh, wait, affection. Never mind. Hold on. Derp. Doesn't matter. Affection. So the sapphire's 99. So we don't have bliss or pure. So that's our main obstacle to solving that.
You might also notice, because I will save you this little sneaky business, go back and look at the tablet again. And this is in your text tracks, it's just the tablet's faster. You'll notice down there that there are 8 icons, but there's only 7 registries.
Uh-huh.
What do you think that could be?
Well, the 8th icon, if I were to guess, the ones that are round are the ones that are recorded, and this one that's shaped like an eagle or otherwise winged creature is the one that is not listed. So what that could mean
I'll give you this one. That is not an eagle, that's a person. Presumably wearing like a robe or something.
Okay, so that could mean me, or it could mean somebody like Zelda. Or
There will be no other elements beyond La Mesa as an individual present.
All right, so then it's me.
Which prompts the question: how much does La Mesa weigh in this scale?
That's a good question. How much does he weigh? Yes.
Kosuke La Mesa, the absolute unit.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. There's nothing that's going to give me that information, obviously.
There is a source of it, and visually you've seen it, but you've never interacted with it.
Okay. So where can I go to visually see it and possibly interact with it?
I will say that it is in the Mausoleum of the Giants. That's the... It's not.
Well, let's see. I don't think it's there.
say looking right at it.
What?
Well, if you can't get to it from here...
Okay. Oh, hello. And it's gone.
You'll need to reload the screen again.
Alright, let's spend another weight, apparently. Huh. I would not have guessed that would be a scale.
Well, as it turns out.
As it happens...
So, have you been paying attention to figuring out what all of those door signs mean?
Not as much attention as I should be.
Despite me nagging you about it the whole way. They're numbers.
Are they now?
So each of the zones is represented by a sign of 1 through 9 represented in La-Mulana script.
Okay.
And you've kind of touched on this puzzle a little bit before when you did the business in the Endless Corridor.
Uh-huh.
If you look at your sigils, or the seals, rather.
Yeah.
So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and that's 4. And you can run up to the Guidance Gates gate, and the Origin Seal will match. Giant's Mausoleum will match this one, Temple of the Sun will match the 3rd, and Spring in the Sky will match the 4th.
So it looks to me that the second number is 1. Based on that. So...
Maybe just take a quick screenshot while those are on the screen so that you can quickly reference them and make a discernment.
Okay. Alright, so let me see here. I wonder if these maybe are even in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And you are in fact correct.
So basically,
The surface representing 0.
so basically, it's a matter of figuring out which one of these is the sigil.
Which one has a sign that leads into it that has the matching number? Yes.
Right. So we need to pick one, basically, or we can go in order. The Inferno Cavern will be the easiest one to find because I know exactly where an entrance to the Inferno Cavern is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's here.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's not it, then we can move straight to this Chamber of Extinction.
Which you can also access pretty easily from the Temple of the Sun.
Okay, so that's not it. So that's 5.
5 looks like some claw marks.
Yeah. Alright, so let's go for 6. The Chamber of Extinction is past the pyramid to the right.
Right.
See, I'm remembering stuff. Six. It's 6. So the answer is 61.
That certainly seems to be the case.
Okay. 61. Alright, now there's
Incidentally, the Philosopher's Sigil is a modified version of the 7.
Oh,
Because they're the 7th children.
that makes sense. Alright, so we have to find the only 2 that we don't have.
I do know that there is another tablet that has some information on this in the Chamber of Extinction. It's in the screen that has the fairy, as I recall.
Alright, that's straight to the right. Yep. Got too distracted by looking for the tablet. Pure heart is white. Blissful heart.
So this is more a visual identifier of how do you know what it is that you're looking at if you don't necessarily know what a given gemstone looks like.
Right. Okay, so we're talking about gemstones. Pure heart is white, so based on what we have so far, I would say then that's got to be a diamond.
It's an opal. It said that in the text.
Well, we got pearly white and white. That's 2 different things. Pearly white is the opal. That is established. So standard white is going to have to be a diamond.
Are you sure it said pearly?
Well, this thing is saying pearly.
That said pure.
No, that says pearly. The here.
Oh, I see up there.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
No,
Okay.
I'm sure.
Alright, I messed up.
But we're talking about gemstones, though. There's only so many actual gemstones. So I'm going to extrapolate that the Blissful Heart, which is the only one we don't have, is green and is emerald. Because every other gemstone that I know of is established in some form here. I'm going with it. I feel good about it.
Alright. So then, looking at the numbers, and it might help you to actually get some paper so you can have all the numbers in one place, because you have to include Lameza's weight into this.
Right. Okay. So, going with opal is 20. So black was onyx is 44. Let's see, sincere was purple, and that's 50. Blissful emerald green 63. Pure heart, pure diamond, that's even, yep. White diamond, passionate, that was red ruby. I have a Chinese restaurant near me called Red Ruby. And the affectionate heart was the sapphire blue 99 and the meza 61. Okay. Alright, I think I got it.
That all sounds roughly correct.
Okay, let's go to the Tower of the Goddess and let's see if we can't do this.
Well, before you get in on that, I recommend you, well, I guess looking at it won't hurt. Did you do a hard save before you went?
I just did a hard save right now.
Okay.
Alright, that was down here, if I recall correctly. Ah, still falling!
Yeah, it's through that side thing there.
So this is it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how exactly do we do this?
I will tell you right now, if you look at that tablet, it will tell you to balance the scales.
Okay, so the tablet's not going to tell us anything we need to know.
So as you might imagine, you need to arrange the gemstones and Lameza in such a manner that the weights come out even.
Alright. So, how exactly do we do that, though? 'Cause it's not like I have a whole bunch of, How do I place the gemstones?
I will say that when you read the tablet, an altar will show up.
Achievement unlocked, a one-time challenge.
So you'll see that there's an altar on the left and an altar on the right.
So I have to figure out...
Yes.
I have to place these things.
So before you start placing things, because when it says you have one chance at this, it is not lying.
Right, we established that.
The only way you get a second chance at this is if you beat Tiamat and go talk to the fairy in the Gate of Time.
Or reload the save. Okay.
It shouldn't be necessary to do that.
I'm not thinking so. Alright, so let's see. So this is math. So I have to do some adding and try to figure this out. Okay, let me see here. Get my calculator. That's my calculator. Where's my calculator? There it is. Okay, let's see here. So the total. I'm gonna start with a total because this is how I do things. And okay. Alright, divide that by 2, so we're looking for 244 on each side. So we gotta have a couple of highs, a couple of lows. Let's see. So I know what my target goal is here. So there's one that's a 99. So that 99 is going to have to be coupled with one or more of the smaller numbers. So like the 20 and or the 44. You're not going to want to put the 99 with stuff that's the larger numbers, because I really think this is going to be a case of like 4 and 4. You know, we're talking about 7 gemstones and me, so that's 8 items total. So I feel like a split of 4 on each side is right. So let's see. Let me work on low end. Let's see, 119. Possibly. No, that's not going to work. No. Let me try that. Oh. I have something. Okay. Okay. Right, good. All right. It looks to me like you're going to put the opal, the onyx, the ruby, and the sapphire on one side, and everything else on the other side.
Alright.
That's how I come up
with that into practice.
Yes. Alright. Alright, shall I assume then that what I'm seeing in front of La Mesa right now is the opal?
As I recall, that is correct.
Alright.
You just jump down into the chamber.
Well, I have a 50-50 shot at this. So I'm going to go left. Alright, that's the onyx, so we'll also put that left. That's going to be your amethyst, so we'll put that right. And there's your emerald, so that's also going to be right. And that is your diamond. So what did I say? I said ruby and sapphire are going to go left. Let's see if I'm completely out of my ass here. Like I say, I have no idea why I should be going one direction or the other. And then what? Do I just jump on the other one?
Why not?
Yeah, buddy!
Congratulations! You just solved the hardest puzzle in the game.
How do I even know? Oh my god. I pulled the directions out of my ass. How would I even know?
There's a ladder on the right.
How would I even know?
It doesn't matter which one you... It only basically matters, like, okay, do you put the opal on the left or you put it on the right, and then that's it? Like, it doesn't really matter in that sense. It's just, you know, which cluster of things. So now you have a whip weapon that is very good. And at this point, you've kind of moved beyond the Makery plus Rose and Camellia combo. So why don't you go into your software real quick, like.
Oops. Whew, that's a relief.
You seem to be missing the other software.
Well, yeah, we didn't get it.
Well, let's go take care of that mighty quick. How much money do you have?
Not much. Just under 200.
Alright, you're gonna need 300, so Compromise. Let's go throw down with some of the mid bosses in the gate. Maybe even with a gold fairy, since you can summon one of those reliably. Dimensional Corridor is what I meant to say.
Okay.
And by the time you need to heal, you probably will have enough money to pick up the last offering you need.
Okay.
Did you hard save, by the way?
I just did, yeah.
Alrighty.
Now, Tophiel says there's a decent gold farm in Extinction with the Gold Fairy.
Yeah, it can work that way.
Okay. Let's see, so which way do I want to go?
Well, you went, you took care of up, and you took care of left, and you took care of southwest.
Yes.
You have not tried going east or further north.
Oh, this guy. Holy shit, that's fast.
Yeah, the Flail Whip's base damage is 8, I think. I'll even double check that, because it's been a bit since I looked at that. A little bit of information. Flail Whip.
I have
Yes.
an altar here.
So even unmodified, the Flail Whip does more damage than the Makuri Axe or the Makuri Katana.
Wow.
And it's faster than both. It is the best weapon.
Alright, so, shall I, drop this altar? Or, yeah, drop a weight? Don't see anything.
It doesn't really matter if you do or don't right now.
Oh. It's not actually even opening.
So, we'll look at your text trash real quick.
I can get rid of that.
Yes, you can. 3 shall be lit.
Alright, 1 second.
You don't really need... You've got a lot of open space, you don't really need to do this organization.
Light is dependent on the number of lives the 11 children have.
So, basically, every 3 sub-bosses you take out in this area will present an altar. So basically, it's just beat 9 sub-bosses.
Okay.
Like I said, it's kind of a non-puzzle.
Yeah. Here's a fucko.
I recommend chakrams for this. And I also recommend being on the center platform.
Oops. I had to turn around. Oh dear God.
Don't be afraid to use your whip, too. It doesn't hit as hard as a chakram, but it's near there. There we go.
Oops. Alright, now we got this. Nailed it.
There.
Almost.
By the way, before you leave the screen,
Yes.
you might notice something a little familiar looking.
Ah!
Oop, don't be standing there.
I see a infinity symbol, but it's standing up.
While true, that's not what we're looking for here. You're actually standing right next to it. Yeah, that. You've seen something like this before.
I have.
So, go into your software. And just unequip one of your 400s. It doesn't matter which one. It'll only be temporary. Alright, now equip Torude. And if you'll notice, back in your laptop,
Oops.
you have another tab up there.
You can see the Matrix, can't you, Neo? Bio La-Mulana.
You just downloaded software.
Ha! An add-on to gives access to all in-game songs. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, you don't actually have the thing it adds on to, but it'll provide all of them.
Huh.
So yes, you use that to read engraved text that you can't manage with the hand scanner.
Achievement unlocked, Soundtrack Mania. Alright. Before we proceed
You should back out here.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing. I was literally just in the middle of saying, before we proceed any... This is not the right way.
Oh, that's right. This side closes off until you take everything out.
Oh.
Not I mean like all the sub bosses. I don't mean the things in the room.
No, yeah.
I phrased that poorly. You can shock from these guys. They're not that dangerous.
Another altar opened. And another altar opened.
Well, maybe you don't need to do all that.
Ooh, I think I know what that is, and I do.
No. Go ahead and deploy it. It's big.
It's big, yes.
So the Angel Shield will never be guard broken.
Which is great news.
Yeah, so you don't need to worry about reloading your shield.
I am concerned for my health.
A very valid concern.
Is there another boss in the next room?
What is the next room? I know there's one, 2 to the right.
2 to the right.
I think the next room is okay. But there's going to be one to the south, as I recall.
So really, there's really kind of nothing for it. I kind of have to go and hope I can do well enough.
Okay, there's no boss here. I will say, do not go up, whatever you decide to do.
Okay.
There's a bastard up there.
A bastard, you say? Well, I guess I only have one other choice, and that's to go right.
I could be wrong. Because I don't think you can drop down from here. Not in the way that you want to. Try going back to that other room and actually killing all the monsters. I may be misremembering that, and that will actually open the path. The Play Whip's kind of great, ain't it?
I love it. Ninja, vanish!
Guess not.
No, guess not.
It's a little lame, but the safe maneuver would be to just kind of cycle through the rooms and basically just fight these dudes over again.
That's where I'm at with it. Now, what else? We have to try to do the smart thing. Unfortunately, those dragons took a little bit more out of me than I was hoping. No. Shit, fuck.
You've got a huge shield and you're not using it to try and block the fire.
Oh, you know, it never even occurred to me to try to block the fire with it. I saw the fire and I got scared. Almost there.
Ding.
There. Alright.
There
Let's
we
go. As we get started on the next one.
Those dudes give a pretty generous amount of soul balls.
It's good. Alright. Let's go to the right then. We will deal with the absolute bastard later.
I will say this is a dude that I recommend using the chakram with.
I only have 2 chakrams left, though.
Well, what's more valuable, your chakrams or your life? It's not immediately apparent, but you can hit that big column of spiraling. You're kind of supposed to.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's actually when this guy's most vulnerable. You see, because you can do that, and then he's like, he did his shield down.
Got him.
Wow, we charged right into that. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Alright, having done that, I think the path will be open now that this guy's been dropped.
I certainly hope so. This thing seems to be moving, changing.
Every single time you take out one of the sub-bosses, one of those lights lights up. As you might imagine, that's where the Ankh is going to show up.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Now it's open. And you have enough money for the software.
Perfect.
So my projection was basically correct.
Yes. Alright, now where do I have to go to get this software?
Well, first, get out of here. Not that way.
Nope. Not need to drop off. This way.
Oh, by the way, you can go ahead and read that tablet that appeared up there that you couldn't read before.
Marduk, huh? Got a new mod from Marduk.
Alrighty, so... Gate of Illusion.
Okay.
And you know the room with the moving platform and the spikes that you enjoy ever so much? There's a lot over in that corner.
Of course there is. What else?
Yeah, there's a shop there, and you didn't have the money when you first pass through is the deal, you know.
Alright, Gate of Illusion. Let's see, that is... up, isn't it?
West. What are you doing?
I can't go west.
Yes, you can. There's a hole in the platform. You just jumped over it.
What, you want me to go down the west?
Don't you put it on me because you didn't see it. Alright, yep. There's a chop. You don't even have to fight with the spikes.
Bones' moving helper.
Let's move. Happy moving.
Okay.
See, seems all those have moved. Alright.
Move.
Yep. And unequip Rose and Camellia and Mercury, and equip Move and La-Mulana. That's Bayo-Lamu.
Oh, whoops.
There you go. So now your Flail Whip hits even harder!
You'd love to see it. Okay, so shall we go back to the dimensional corridor?
Yep, back to it. Weapon Fairy. He's kind of a whack mascot for this run. Ray was mentioning like having a fan art of like the sorceress in a tour guide outfit guiding you as the Mesa around. Go east. You haven't gone east yet.
Oh, right.
I feel like it would be more accurate to put the sorceress hat on the Weapon Fairy and just nagging you. I feel like that'd be more accurate. Yeah, that's saying, you know, you need the Infinity Key. Those don't look like choppers.
Oh, I hate this thing.
The other thing's kind of a butt. Getting free chakrams out of the Weapon Fairy will help though. Basically try not to move through the center if you can help it, because it moves through the center very regularly.
Aha. Got him.
Hooray.
I see there's a ladder that's going to show up eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it is east time.
Fucking fuck you. 2 vessels. Road to treasure.
Yeah, I know what that's talking about, and I hate it.
Speaking of treasure. Oh boy.
You don't want to be on the water.
I'm toast.
This is one of those bosses where you hang around like kind of right in front of them, and wait for him to swing, get out of the way, and then retaliate.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, like with him on the other platform there, you're not gonna get anywhere, I don't think. Like engaging him on... yeah, there you go.
I'm not getting that.
You won't be able to do anything from there. Okay, that's a good spot, actually. Ah. There you go, okay. So... like, after he does the swing, you can move through the sword, as I recall. It's just you can't do it while he's actually swinging.
Yeah, it never even landed a hit on him.
Yeah, this guy's kind of a butt. I would say it's the third most irritating enemy in this area. Any hits that you get from the underside, you can also score with the whip, and it's going to be
God. May as well just die at this point. Of course I can't hit him in the butt. Why should I be able to do that?
Yeah, broadly I find the best way to deal with this guy is to kind of hang around on the lower left and lower right platforms. So that way you can bait him into, yeah, there you go. Like, doing that where he hops onto the platform above and then, like, you know, catch him with the overswing, instead of having to face off against him directly. But you have to be careful not to, like, let him bounce on you also. This guy always moves one platform at a time. You can kind of predict his path, which you kind of need to do.
Jesus Christ. I was better off with the weapon fairy.
Yeah, she was throwing chakrams at weird angles that were catching hits that you wouldn't otherwise get. I think it tends to do that if you're far away from its head. Otherwise because it favors pouncing around generally.
Jesus Christ! It's not landing in any place where I can hit it. Every time it landed, it turned around.
Yeah, you kind of have to lead where it's going to jump, otherwise it does that. So, let's see here. Does the boss engage immediately? Okay, bring up your paws real quick. Alright, so... do you see like that kind of like supporty beam in the background at the edge of the platform you're standing on?
Uh-huh.
I generally recommend standing around there, because then, like, if the head is on your side, then you can pop it, and if he pounces onto your platform, then he's not going to land on you. And then, like, when he's doing that, you just go into the lower center area and dodge.
God, it doesn't even take that many hits.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, go save.
I can't.
Alright.
I'll record this anyway, just for the heck of it.
Sure, why not? You've already solved it.
And it didn't matter.
You don't want to be too far away, because otherwise it does the thrust. You really want to go up front so it does the swing and then dodge away from it. Yeah, you're like way over dodging. If he raises the sword over his head, it's going to be a swing. If he draws it back, it's going to be a thrust, in which case you just need to jump the hell away. Again, doesn't have a lot of health, just really hard to actually hit. Cockrum for this one. Double button on that one. Alright, now you should be able to withdraw completely. Although you don't really need to, since you got the heal. West. There you go. So, okay, good news and I got bad news. You may be muted, by the way.
Whoops. There's more bosses, that's the bad news.
There's 2 more. They're the toughest ones, although one of them's not too bad to actually fight, but that's not why they're irritating. So, remember how I said there's something in here that I think is legit bullshit?
We're about
That's
to
the one
have it.
that's technically easier to fight.
Ah.
At which point you're kind of going to have a choice to make. So, yeah, climb that ladder, and now you go up and pause immediately. Pause, not inventory.
Oh, God.
Let me explain this. Alright, you see that ladder up there on the northeast?
Uh-huh.
You can't reach that with a jump. Above you is a room with the final sacred orb.
Alright.
To get up there, this dude, and one of the tablets was mentioning this, is going to fire off a bolt of water, like, underneath you.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to basically ride that to the top and jump off onto the platform. You have a highly narrow time limit with which to do this in the first place, and the boss will often charge into you in the middle of the whole thing because it's supposed to be a setup attack.
Great.
The alternative is to just say, forget the orb. Because I will say the next room will also piss you off because it's precision jumping to get to the orb. And if you fail, you have to do this shit again. So if you want to forego the orb entirely and just keep going, it's 32 health at this point. That doesn't make too much of a difference. It is your call to make.
Alright. I don't want to have to do this shit again.
Also, yeah, so that's the thing. Yeah, you need to stand like on the edge of the platform on the right to bait it out properly if you're going to do that. Otherwise, you just hit this idiot in the head.
I see.
Yeah, see like how he shifted over from side to side? That's usually what's going to hit you if you're trying to use the water path to get up.
My butt's on fire.
There's also the extremely ghetto idea of waiting for him to do one of those shifts and jump into him and try and like ride the knockback to get up there.
Uh-huh.
Which obviously necessitates taking damage. Probably a little more reliable than using the water spout. Either way, this is horseshit. This is the one thing I actively like dislike in the whole game.
Yeah, that's aggravating.
It's really bad. Like, I will defend a lot of things in this game, and rightfully so. That is not one of them.
Yeah. It's like that, yeah, it's a little bullshit.
Mm-hmm. It wouldn't be so bad if, like, the boss's aggression wasn't so high to, you know, when it comes to, like, riding the water, or if it did the water ride, you know, more often, there was more time to take advantage of it, etc.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no. You can jump on the edges and double jump onto the platform a little faster. Not necessary, but just to let you know. Otherwise, the best way to damage this guy is to just stand like right there. Just like, there's also a lot of patience to be had with this guy. There he goes. Like, now you can attack. You want to get him with like the up swing, not the front.
Son of a bitch.
You might as well just let the shield do it.
Oh. Grab.
As a
Yep,
fun fact,
dead.
a modified version of this guy is the first sub-boss in La-Mulana 2. You're not supposed to actually fight him at the start of the game. You can if you know what you're doing.
Wow.
It's one of those shortcutty things that they let you do if you know how to actually fight the thing.
Right. Ah, neato. Not catching him on the upswing is being my problem right now.
Well, you could turn him out, like face the flames rather than the boss if you're doing that, because it hits more behind you than in front of you. You're also making really shallow jumps.
Oh fuck, I already lost all my health. Great.
Yeah, playing breath hurts.
Got him.
There you go. I don't blame you. Once enemies are spawned in there, it is technically possible to get to the upper thing by riding a hit stun. A knockback to get to the platform. But that requires them to be in, like, the right kind of positioning and whatnot.
That ninja just worries the shit out of me, so...
just drop down the hole.
Let's go heal. Alright, so one more sub-boss, huh? We can start talking about Tiamat.
So, remember how I said there's one last puzzle?
We have to do that before we fight Tiamat.
You have to do that before you fight the last sub-boss. Because it's hidden.
Great.
Like I said, this place only has one actual puzzle, but it's a doozy.
Well... It's, time to go do it.
So I know that there are several tablets that clue you in on how to solve this, and they're kind of all over the place.
Of course they are, because, you know...
Like I said, this one's a doozy.
Which way do I have to go for it?
So it's not a single room puzzle. Let's see here. So let's not be here right now. Let's go get the information.
Where are we going?
Just outside of here. Alright, so first things first. Let's head to the Tower of Ruin. Wait, that don't seem right. I think this... No. The wiki's being stupid, I think. Well, maybe it doesn't. Go to Tower of the Goddess. I'm gonna... Because I could have swore that that's where you get the information, but if I'm wrong, then it's something else that you should probably see anyway. Descend the tower. You remember where you went through that one door that led to the Tower of Ruin from here? We're going to that screen, but we're not going to the Tower of Ruin.
Let's see, I don't remember.
Basically the base of this tower.
Base of this tower? Okay.
Yeah, make a, Okay, well, let's see if Abawaku sees you. There you go. Alright, this is the room you want to be in. Be careful about falling out. Like that.
I didn't notice there was a hole there. Oh, god damn it. Oh, that's a obstacle.
Go right and then up. You can go over the statue.
I couldn't seem to quite make it over there.
Alright, the very bottom platform there that the big eye dude is on.
Uh-huh.
You get on that platform. Alright, throw a chakram at that wall a couple times. You should know what to do with this. Okay, this is okay. I was mistaken, but this is something you want for later anyway, so record this. All right, so it is Tower of Ruin that we want to go to. I thought it was from this. Oh well.
Where in the Tower of Ruin?
That's I'm checking here. Oh, right, you can actually get to that point. You can get there by this point.
Can I solve this yet?
You have not acquired the digital wise man yet, so no. You will be able to get. We will be going to that upper area next, however. So, let's see here. As I recall, how you go about this. The map mentally. Oh, right. Okay, so in that one branch of the in the Chamber of Birth that had that door that wouldn't open before. Remember the one that I kept telling you can't open it yet? You've beaten Baphomet, so you can go through that now.
So we're in. So we don't need to be here.
We need to be here, but not through here. You need to come in through a different way.
Alright, well I don't think I remember where we're going here.
You can just follow like the long path and go through that tube that takes you through the other end. The alternative way is to go through Tower of the Goddess and take the route that the top of the pipes. Secret pocket here. Yeah, there you go.
Down?
Right. No, from the other thing.
Let's go through the door.
Incidentally, now that we have the Angel Shield, we can do something in this area that we couldn't do before. Keep going. Portal on the left side.
That's right.
Be careful not to hit elephants. Ladder.
Oh, right, this spot.
Alright. So, with the shield out, walk to the left and keep facing left. Do not turn around. Yes.
Okay.
I'd be faster to go to the Tower of the Goddess route.
Run all that way.
Alright, yeah. Not all the way in. There, we're good.
Vessel.
And you do, in fact, need this.
Vessel made of silver. Filled with medicine. Uh-huh. So...
The place you want to be is 2 screens to the left. Don't warp.
Okay.
Incidentally, if you kill the ninja here, that wall disappears and it gives you a money box.
Oh, nice.
Alright, that door down there, that's where you want to be. Well, no, it's beating Palank, not Baphomet. Excuse me.
Well, I mean, either way, we beat them both last time anyhow.
Mm-hmm. So now, if you look at your map, you notice they were in that the little weird area that you couldn't get to before.
Yes, I do notice this.
Alright. So we're gonna be passing through here a couple times. Not too many. You can see that fake Ankh up there. I will save you the trouble and say the Ankh itself is a trap.
That does not surprise me at this stage.
That would put it, though.
Potion
Yeah, that's
makes
talking
one.
about the whole spirit thing, yeah.
Yeah, which we've been over that.
Yep.
Aha! Okay.
Good, they do that. This is Oxhead and Horseface. Genuinely their names.
That's hysterical. Not exactly the most challenging things I've fought.
I imagine you welcome the reprieve.
Reprieve is nice.
So before you leave, you can't do this yet, but you'll notice some iconography here in the floor.
In the floor?
Yeah, like right underneath where you're standing a moment ago, in the middle of the room.
I noticed something, yeah.
Just kind of file that one away. Alright, keep going. So you need to get up there.
Uh-huh.
You can, in fact, stand on that, but you need it there. What do you do?
Well, I can't grab onto it. I can grab onto that.
Or good it does, yes. Whee! A little surprised you haven't defaulted to your usual activity.
Well, hitting it doesn't do anything, so...
Keep at it. Doesn't this kind of remind you of something? You gotta be in front of it. Basically, this is a big version of, like, those punishment statue things.
Oh, that goes through everything.
Yeah, you have to jump it. There you go. You can get on that and jump the thing now. There you go. I like this puzzle.
Nuwa sleeps in the last pyramid of the burning land. The philosopher blocks the path.
That path is already open, as it turns out.
So we don't have to worry about that.
You somehow managed to get here before dealing with all the business with the philosophers. So hey.
Huh.
Just keep going.
Okay, that's
There is a break wall, it's not here. It's on this room. Climb up. It's on the right.
That's not going to do it. Oh! Fuck you.
Remember, hold down.
That's... Cash money. That's good. I'm going to want to buy some more steaks. Or... weights. Aha!
Keep going.
More money. Is that... Alright, where are we now? An Inferno Cavern entrance. Okay. More money. Man, I'm wealthy now.
Alright, so... a warning about these spikes. You might notice that they look different.
Are they instant kill?
No.
Okay.
They will, however, harm you if you're standing within them, because some of them are slanted.
Okay.
And I will say that you do need to be jumping off of the one on the left. Well, you don't need to, but that's what you're intended to do.
Ah.
Basically, to save you some headache, because I know platforming is not your strong suit, and I want to expedite this a little bit for your sake, is the next room, you need to get to the upper left, and along with the Yoku block kind of things going on, there's also a Yoku Wall. If you can just grapple claw onto that, and just keep holding left, that's all you really need to do. You'll just fall in there and you'll be good.
I see. Alright.
Yeah, this is basically start with a grapple claw or just, do a bounce off. That's kind of... So you can just, you can just jump on the lower one and then just jump straight to the wall from there. Takes a good jump to do it, but you can do it.
Oh! Shit. Wait, oh, fuck you. No! Great.
If you take one more hit, then I'm gonna say more about.
What do I need this for?
Well, a lot of reasons, honestly. Like, you'd have to do this eventually anyway, even if you already knew the information that's on the other side of this.
That's a long way back.
I would suggest taking the Tower of the Goddess route. It'll take you more towards the gate as opposed to having to go through the entire Chamber of Birth. Not that way. Base of this tower, then just keep going left. Thank you, skeleton. Hey, you can even take the chamber there as a shortcut.
Jesus Christ.
Keep going left. Very. Yeah, just climb to the top of this whole thing. Wait a minute. Hang on, I'm stupid. I guided you to the wrong way. I'm sorry. This is on me. I'm sorry. Go back to the top of the tower and go to the one on to the right. We've gone through that one so much, I mixed it up and I forgot about this door entirely. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like that didn't seem like much of a shortcut.
Yeah, don't worry about these guys, just go. Incidentally, if you bomb that wall there this time, you can use Tornado to scan it.
Oh god.
Weapon Fairy, why?
This could be going better. Thank you, Weapon Fairy. Good job.
Now switch off of those before you leave this menu. Here's the other half of the music thing. I switch back to the shield just so you don't have her bomb you immediately.
Alright. That off and that back on.
Alright, yeah. East, or west, then south. to drop out here. Preferably on the left. There you go.
Okay. I have to do this again.
You can do it from here.
Of course. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're on.
There you go. There you go.
Oh god, why has it gotta be Yoku blocks?
Let's go to the next screen. I wouldn't even try to land on that thing. Just stand on the short one and then just jump to the wall. The big jump.
Jesus Christ.
There you go.
Nailed it. Okay.
Alright, head over to the right real quick. Alright, hit that sigil up there. Alright, back to the left.
Stairs.
Down. Down the ladder. Hit that altar. Shortcut opened. You don't have to do any of that shit again.
Fantastic.
I recommend going to do a hard save. You can get to here anytime from the Tower of the Goddess, but from the base of the left tower.
Well, we're gonna heal up.
Yep. Because you've got a sub-boss coming up.
And the good thing is that our healing bar is almost full as well, so that's a plus.
Alternatively, you could just climb the cliff, jump off the waterfall, and use that to get to Tower of the Goddess, because that'll put you fairly close-ish to the bottom of the Verdandi tower. I think dropping from the Skull Tower and going that path is probably quicker, but it might be easier to approach from the waterfall cliff instead.
See that from a whole new perspective.
Yep. It was there the whole time. Couldn't tell because it's under the rock. It kind of adds a sense to just how big the ruins are, in fact. Like, you're technically standing on top of them right now. And by extension, you know, the mother.
Right.
Down on the left. Thank you, bird.
Thanks, Burb. Landed on my feet even.
There you go.
Alright. So which the heck way am I going here now?
East, northwest. Ooh, there's thunder and something fierce over here.
Oh, really? We had some pretty nasty rain, as you know, the other day. There are tree branches down all over the freaking place in this damn... Ah!
Yeah, I don't ever recommend using the platform. I just jump to that other thing.
Okay, so now we're here.
Right, back up, back up. There you go. Alright, now head to the west.
Hey, bats. Oh, what fresh hell.
This is new law.
That'd be too easy, wouldn't it?
I think you can use chakrams here. Not quite what I had in mind.
Who cares as long as it works?
Remember that the chakram follows you. It might be more to your advantage to throw and then jump.
Ah, shit. God, the knockback is kicking my ass. Alright, I think I'm relying too much on it. Oh boy. Almost. I'm saying almost. I don't even actually know that that's almost.
Yeah, you were heading her towards the back end of the whole thing. She goes through a couple phases. Hello, bats.
Remind me, where's a quick spot to buy more chakrams? I've got a ton of money, so.
You don't really need to buy them. You just fight those dudes on the wolves in Tower of the Goddess.
True. But they weren't exactly dropping them. For every sword of kings on the first try, I get 2 situations like this. Hun, you're never gonna stop being astonished by that, are you? RNG is just not being kind to me.
You'll be able to get more later. Like, if you really care, like, really care, there is a ferry at the top of that tower, and you can just force an item ferry, and then, you know, warp to the top of it and just fight them there. Because there's, like, 5 of them at the top of the skull tower.
Damn, Nightbot. Don't time out my girlfriend.
So was that a capital offense?
It would seem that it was.
You're focusing so much on offense that you're not even trying to dodge anything.
I am so.
Then why are you dodging nothing?
Because I suck. Damn, there's so many of them.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good spot to be because you can't deal with the ones coming from under. You'd probably be better served being under her because then at least all this stuff is going to be above you.
Nailed it. Oh, fuck. That figures. Again, I've got a ton of money. Where are the chakram shops? Just be faster.
You didn't run out of chakrams there, you had one.
Yeah, but I only have 2 in the first place, so it's like...
Yeah, and you're not really losing them there.
Yeah, because I'm making a concerted effort not to.
Right. Your situation isn't going to change with more chakrams. And besides, wouldn't you rather spend that money on bullets? Here's one.
Why would I want to spend that money on bullets? Bullets are worthless.
No. The gun hits turbo hard.
Oh, shit.
It's also functionally hit scan.
Well... Alright, bats don't hurt me. Oh my god, let me in the damn door, you son of a bitch! It's going to help to be ready with these this time. Boss. Thank you.
I don't think it's really to your advantage to hang around over on that edge too much.
Jesus. Nailed it.
Yeah, see? Alright, remember how you deal with this.
It's the... No. It's the talisman.
There you go.
Jed Pillar.
Yep. This is 50% of the equation of how you actually use the mantras.
Okay.
Now, while we are up here, there should be a tablet in one of these rooms.
There does not appear to be a tablet in one of these rooms.
Oh, wait. Hang on, it might not be a tablet. Which room am I looking for here in particular? Okay, that's... go to the one on the far right. Ah! You see it in the background? Right above you?
Hager Snake Mushusu, Child of Tiamat, strongest demon, stands protected among the four pillars. The giant lion, Ogalu, plus Sankusham, the red dog, and the storm demon Ulu, group to break in the deceased soul in this order: voice, tail, body, and wings. Okay.
Alright. So those descriptions might sound like some of the things you fought.
They do.
And there is one last clue for this puzzle. Let's see here. What is this one? Okay. Alright, so go to the Shrine of the Mother. First, take a detour off to the left so you can tag the healing fairy. Down the pit.
Oh.
Just sport back up to the tablet. Don't bother with these idiots. Alright, now head upwards.
Up?
Yeah, go east. That's the fastest way to get up.
Still not time for this guy yet, huh?
Nope. Yeah, you can take out those little imps in one swing now.
Yeah, we can do all sorts of stuff.
Yep, keep heading up. You'll be going to the right for that.
So low on health that she didn't manage to heal me.
You put some dings. Hand scanner. Yeah, not this one. That one.
Only the chosen may proceed.
What? Did I misread that map? Oh, I did. I'm stupid. I got the coordinates backwards. My bad. Okay. Twin Labyrinth, front side. Excuse me. My apologies.
Twin Labyrinth's front side.
Dead east.
Alright.
On the positive, you got healed and you got a much fuller meter.
Yeah, that much is certain.
Silver lining. Up this ladder. That one on the left.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we have what we need.
Yep, warp out. And you go to the Dimension Corridor. Go to the back. There you go. And hard save.
Okay, now we have to do this now.
Alright, so. Let's open up Text Tracker. Now, there are 3 informations here that you want to be mindful of. And one of them you've been hanging on to for a very long time.
Like this one?
Yes.
This exact one.
Yes.
About time.
They introduced that one very, very early.
Entirely
It's very
too
easy to
early.
miss that one. Alright, now. Let's look at the other 2, because those gave you names and in order. Alright, so. So, Umarlulu's voice, the one that was screaming at you was that kind of wolfy thing that was on the left.
Uh-huh.
The stormy thing with the wings, that was the one in the northeast. Ugalu, the body, that's the one in the middle from the ladder that was pissing you off a lot. And then Ushum is the big worm.
And the rooms are also described, also will say their names.
Yes. And then the other piece of information tells you what order you are going to be visiting their rooms and performing the gesture that the other one tells you to do.
Alright, the voices first. Voice, tail, body, and wings. So the voice is the lion, is it not?
The voice was the wolf thing.
The voice is the wolf. Okay, the wolf was west, you say?
Yes. It's on it's on the screen above this one. And if you ever check your map, it'll tell you the name. So this should say Umaru's room. Yep.
And it does.
Ninja. Alright, so the other one was giving you the instruction for what you do, which was to face left and then face right, left, swing, and then face right and swing. You don't really need to do a stop over.
Okay, something has happened.
Yep. Yeah, so the step in this whole thing that I missed was the execution tablet, like what you do, and the one that actually tells you the order. So it's like, I gotta go to these rooms. What do I do with these rooms? I don't know. And I had no idea how to proceed about that, so I had to check the wiki.
Okay, so the tail was the worm?
Yes. Is that what was next in the sequence?
The tail is next in the sequence.
Double check that for me, real quick. Okay, yep. Alright, yeah, so that was on the southeast.
Okay, so... this way... and down one more...
no, that was it. You were just in it. Remember, you check the map for the name of the room.
Okay.
And so do the procedure.
It's 2.
Alright, and next in the sequence.
I believe it said body. It did?
Alright, so at this point you're just kind of heading upwards and doing all the ones, you know, on the way.
Yes, because this was Mr. Lion.
Yep, this was where this jerk was. East.
East.
East. Yeah, the storm guy, not the water spout guy. So before you fill up your bar, you might want to hang on to that. So just do the thing here, but you don't need to kill everything first. Just do the just do the procedure.
All right, it's done. Door open.
Go save. Go save. Go save. Go save. Go save.
All right, just going to save.
And then just pick up a soul ball on your way to the thing so that when you go and do that fight, you have full health.
Alright. This is it. Oh, one up.
Or meant when you were about to enter the room, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Good news is there's not a lot of threat on the way there.
No.
Go up the ladder.
Easy enough, I suppose.
Yeah, this is probably the second most difficult puzzle in the whole game, just by virtue of the fact that the information is all over the place. And here's Mushushu.
Let me guess. It's only vulnerable in the head?
I do believe that is the vulnerable spot. Good thing you've got the shield ready. As you notice, the more damage you do, the further it walks forward.
And it's dead.
And for your efforts, the final Ankh Jewel.
The right to fight Tiamat.
And if I recall correctly, check your, open up your paws real quick. No. The other one. No? Okay. Never mind.
Great success.
Yep. So yeah, now just step out, go heal, and when you're ready, the final Guardian awaits.
I am ready. Obviously, I'm not ready because, well, I need to heal first. I'm not going in there with 189 health. I can go in there with 320. It's just common sense, you see. There we got the quick save. To the surface.
I do like it just dumps you off in the endless corridor.
Yeah, like an asshole.
Like, oh, you're done messing around in here with the infinitely respawning enemies. Alright, go have fun wandering the infinitely extended maze.
Alternatively, go fuck yourself. Alright, let's go. He says, and then proceeds to dive off a cliff like a dumbass.
Let's go. Straight down.
Yep, let's miss the jump.
Alternatively, let's go, hubris.
Hooray, hubris. Your friend and mine. Doesn't really matter. Both take me here. Okay, what do we need to know going into this nonsense?
Well, you'll be using the flail whip a lot. Broadly speaking, right where you are right now, where you were, is broadly where you want to be. By the way, this is the largest boss in the game.
Aha.
Of all the bosses, this is basically the one that least resembles its iteration in Classic. This fight is entirely redesigned.
Oh, really?
And as you advance phases, she gets progressively more pissed off.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, I would be too.
Go to the far edge. Because she's dropping a tidal wave on you. You need to be under cover.
Yeah.
I don't know how far behind I am in the stream.
No, if you're watching the side stream, you should be spot on. You were just a tad late with telling me that.
Yeah, I just called it out and it seemed like you waited like 3 seconds before you actually went in. So I don't know how much of that is delay from the connection and whatnot. Go.
I did. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
That's why I said go to the far edge. It's less finicky.
Yeah, that is
like,
that's extremely finicky.
yeah, just, like jump onto like the little notch over there on like the left or the right, and then after it passes, then get back under the middle of the stage.
Oh, right. Okay.
The Tiamat's theme is one of the ones that I think sounds just plain better in classic version.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that this one's bad or anything, but I feel like some of the particularly fun bits in the track they don't stand out as much.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I do like this opening also. Just this giant unknown colossus in the background, which just comes down and slams the ground.
Alright.
So Tiamat is one of the healthiest bosses in the game.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, she's one of the final bosses, so...
Just remember that Palanque basically has 1/3 the health that she does.
Okay. Alright, that's 2 phases down.
Yep, that's the last one.
Oh, good.
And she's gonna start breaking out her alright, fuck you move. And here it is.
Hooray!
Nope, not that one. I misread the tell. Oop, you don't want to be out here. You can't actually really do anything meaningful. Oh, here it is.
Holy shit, what am I supposed to do to dodge that?
Basically run a lap around the room.
Great. I mean, Lord knows we could, Bats. There is definitely a random shooty thing that pops out of her cleavage. Nobody can argue that. This is fact. That's,
I mean, are you going to tell me that that staring into a lady's cleavage is not staring into infinity?
I mean, it sounds right to me. Alright, I have to be ready for the fuck you button.
Yeah, I do like how at the start of the fight she looks, you know, pretty self-assured.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of her attacks don't really hurt much. It's just the tidal wave and the murder beam.
Yeah, the murder beam.
You gonna argue with me on it?
Nope.
Yeah, like the ring lasers, they're not too bad. The infinity shot isn't too bad.
It's just all glory to the fuck you button. Alright, here it comes. Well, I mean...
It will be coming.
Murder beam! Damn fuck shit! Damn fuck shit! Damn fuck shit! Dead.
She got with her hand.
Yeah, she ultimately just gets me with the hand and... Well, that sucked.
So I don't know if the tidal wave always follows with the murder beam.
It's starting to look like it does.
But a thing that you could do is to just kind of climb the scaffolding on the sides and just like get to the top thing, so that when it's about to get going, you can just hop over her, and then the worst of it is over.
Yeah,
you don't have to do finagling things while the thing is chasing you. You just do one big broad leap.
Yeah, that's the sort of thought process I was having, was trying to get up there.
There is also a cheese strat you can engage to kind of get around that.
I would be interested in this.
It's kind of an exploit, so I don't really want to tell it to you unless, you know, I feel you need it, and I don't feel you need it.
At this stage, our first couple of phases are not so bad. It's just getting past the murder beam.
Yeah, like I said, like, Tiamat is not really that hard of a fight. Like, Palanque is way harder, I think. Because dealing with Palanque is way more unreliable.
There we go. Too shallow a jump there. Okay. Oh boy. Nailed it!
There you go.
Achievement unlocked, Slippery Serpent. Yes, that was the big one.
And you get a prize.
Achievement unlocked, beginning of Hell and Awakening. I get a prize.
Yes, you do.
And I noticed I needed to have that on. Magatama Jewel.
Doesn't that look like a familiar shape?
It kinda does. Like a spot in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
By
By the way, you'll notice that the background has changed.
I do notice that.
And you might remember that this whole thing going on here was the reason you couldn't warp was because of Tiamat's power.
I can warp now. Item. Use Holy Grail.
As you can.
Hardest save of all.
So, let's take a quick trip to the surface.
So now we are in true endgame go mode. The music has changed. And the citizens seem to have disappeared.
Yeah, maybe Zelda has something to say about it. So for the rest of the game, that's all he's going to say.
Kinky.
Something is happening.
Yes.
So yeah, Mr. Explorer will no longer play on the surface. It's only going to be La-Mulana. So then, you don't really need any more weights at this point. Alright. Okay, so you're going to want to head to the Tower of the Goddess or Giant's Graveyard and head through that area with the Chamber of Birth, so you can get to the place where you fought Oxhead and Horseface. Basically, all of the things you have in the text tracker right now, you can basically get rid of all of them except for, like, one thing. And it's an important thing.
Well, what about this mischievous spirit thing?
We kind of already solved that, because we were talking about that a bunch last time.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to do anything.
It's just information. You don't have the digital Wiseman yet.
It's the only thing I don't have.
Mm-hmm. And you might extrapolate that would be a software.
Uh-huh.
So head over to that area that I just described, where you saw the indentation of the Magatama.
Oh, that was back in the dimensional corridor.
No. That was in that sneaky little section of the Chamber of Extinction that you have to access from the Chamber of Birth. So either go to Graveyard of the Giants or Tower of the Goddess, and go to that part of the Chamber of Birth. Yeah, just go down. How long has this been here?
Yeah, it has.
Alright, you'll just head east here.
Oh, I thought that was a... I thought it was down.
Just wait for the platform.
Right. Not what I meant to do, but okay.
Isn't that how it goes? So while we're on the way, the cheese strat that I was mentioning was
Yes. There we go.
just watching you navigate this. So you have the caltrops that you haven't used basically all game because they're not really that good.
Uh-huh.
You can walk over your own caltrops and they put you in mercy frames. One of the software combinations extends your mercy frames to like a second and a half or something like that.
Oh.
So you just like throw a caltrop as the beam is coming for you, step on it, take 1 damage, let the beam, and then like the beam passes over you, it doesn't do anything.
I see.
Like I said, it's kind of an exploit.
Oh, I didn't even have to get it out. Ooh. A thing has happened.
Alright, now we're going to warp to the Chamber of Extinction. Because there is a thing that you saw a long time ago and you probably didn't know what the hell it was for.
There's a lot of stuff like that in this game.
Well, we've seen what most things are for at this point. Head west. West again.
Kinky.
On the back wall. What do we do with that?
Well, there's a couple things we do with that. One was what I just did, which is investigate it. And second is this. 100100. Ancient software mantra.
You now have the digital wise men.
Hooray.
So if you, let's see here. Mantra is 200. Just go in there real quick.
Achievement unlocked software collector.
Yep. Alrighty, so...
Uh-huh.
You don't need guild.exe, and you don't really need the extra bits from Text Tracker anymore, so you can get rid of Bun Plus. And then you can just have Mantra on full-time.
Alright.
You'll see there's a new tab.
Birth, Death, Marduk.
Yep. Alright, and I mentioned earlier that 50% of the equation was the Jed pillar. So now that you've selected, you actually have selected something. Go ahead and break that out. There you go. So now it's actually casting the chant.
Okay. And that we will need it to do that because it told us that we needed to do that.
Mm-hmm. So, this is the final phase of the game. This is the final puzzle that you're on here.
Good deal.
And that is basically applying the mantras. There's basically two big things to do with the mantras. One is the business with the spirits, which you have been asking about a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And the other, another one of the tablets mentioned, was to drive the wedges.
Yes.
So, you have seen one of the tablets talk about use birth on the good spirit and death on the bad spirits.
Uh-huh.
And that will make the medicine of life.
Right.
So that's one of the things that you would do. So if you want to solve that puzzle that you've been wanting to solve for like 2 sessions now, you can do it!
Okay, well, let's get going. And let's see. What's our best path to that? Isn't that Tower of the Goddess?
Correct.
And down. Right?
Yes.
Fuck!
Yeah, I think my mic got a little away from me. Yeah, you can jump through that thing there in the side and just kind of take like a slightly faster rhythm.
Yeah, it's the weights.
Yeah, you just climb down the ladder. Not that one, the one on the left. Like I said, a bit of a shortcut.
Yeah, it's faster. Money.
You never broke that paw in this shot.
Okay, healing fairy, that's fine.
There you
And
go.
or no, yeah, I know where to go.
There you go.
Yes, I do. I just had to make sure what that was.
Abawaku serves a nice purpose there. If you actually walked off the edge, Abawaku is right in your gravitational path, so it will actually knock you onto the tower.
Yeah. Okay, so let's solve this.
So, do you remember the conversation we had about the spirits here last time?
Parts of it. I know that the ones on the far left, a bunch of them are. There's one real one and a bunch of fake ones, and that's the one with no harm, no foul.
Right. Is it even this tablet that's on this room? Chant the spell to the spirit that holds the secret. The secret that gives it shape to the spirit, yeah. Alright, now back out of these. There's a tablet in this room. Is this the one that tells you the thing? Go read that real fast. I forget what this one says.
That's challenging
no,
you.
Alright, okay, that's just saying, you know, get Jed or beat him off. Alright, so. Now, I don't remember where it is exactly that it tells you very specifically, but I do know that there is a tablet that says that the one that is correct, you chant the birth mantra at, and then you chant the death mantra at the rest.
Ah.
And I know you've seen it, but I think you glazed past it, or maybe it wasn't translated at the time.
That's possible, or maybe it was in the extension. So So if I were to guess, the birth mantra will be chanted at this one and the death at the other two.
On the bell.
Seems to have worked. That seems to have worked.
And now you head over there.
Over where?
To the east. Oh look, the fountain is pouring.
Yes.
It seems to be pouring a liquid medicine.
It does indeed. Obtain medicine of the mind! Okay. So I guess
Alright.
we're done with that.
Yep. So
Where are we
then.
going?
So, you need to understand, like, all the stuff about, like, the wedges and the order and whatnot. And when you spoke with the philosophers, that got unveiled in a spot that you've seen since extremely early in the game, but you couldn't really do a whole lot with. Head over to the Temple of the Sun. And head over to where the Sphinx used to be.
Alright. I know where that is. Just for the heck of it.
Yeah, check on Mulbrook. You're a little behind, Mulbrook.
Just a smidge.
But yeah, that room back there, you're going to go there by looping around from the other side.
Yes, we've been there once before.
Yes. There wasn't a lot of point in being there before, but now there is, because, read the one in the center first. So this is the order.
Alright, is there anything I need to keep here? I'm sure I don't need the dance anymore.
No, you don't need any of these. Are you not putting that in number 1?
Well, I had the philosopher.
I forget what Phobos has to say there.
Well,
I don't think it's anything, like, super pertinent at this point.
you might do
Oh, okay, it was Phobos who was telling you this. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we had it the whole time.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't need that.
Yep. Yeah, so you can recite that, record it into the first slot.
Alright, and we can delete this. And we don't need to do that. We don't need that. Too quick for the eyes. Oh, yeah, I remember what that was. Okay, we're clear.
Yeah, there was one other thing in the extras, and that one is actually important, but it doesn't come into play for a little bit. By the way, notice something a little different.
Yeah, there's something on fire up there.
Yeah, so those like compass-looking thingies, they've become active.
Yes. Third mantra is on the path leading outside. I feel like I need to know all of this.
These are helpful. Just quit out of this for the moment. Start with the ones at the top.
Okay, there's the first.
So you already have this because it's just kind of there.
Yeah. Foot of the twins. third one. And the fourth, inside the giant she's in. Okay. And the fifth is below the goddess. Below the goddess staring at the collapsed tower. Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely recording all these. Okay. What about the sixth mantra?
So you might be noticing kind of like what the order is implying here. So this one would correlate to the Temple of the Sun. Because the rest of them are talking about, in order, the Endless Corridor, the Twin Labyrinth, the Chamber of Extinction, the Inferno Cavern, the Spring in the Sky, and so the sixth one would be right there.
Yep.
I like it. It's clever. It's like it doesn't need to tell you where that one is. It's right there. It just hasn't shown up yet because you have to do the other ones in order first.
So we gotta jump around the world.
A little bit. All right. So you got the. So here's the thing, and the wedges are simultaneously kind of a thing and kind of not a thing. So I drew your attention to the compass thing there. And if you look at your map, you'll notice that the compass is represented on the map.
I see, yes.
There's a compass both in the front and the back. So functionally speaking, that's like the origin in terms of like a map. Like if you were to look at two sides of the same image, that's the part where you look at it as like this is the intersection point and where things start. And the wedges have to do with the bosses.
Okay.
So what you need to do is basically you need to find where the boss would be using those as like your point of reference. Now, you can brute force this just by going through a given area and just chanting the mantra. But broadly speaking, that's how you're supposed to find it.
And it's the Marduk mantra, right?
Right, and so you're going to need that in the Endless Corridor. Because all of them are in, you know, the relevant areas because they have to do with the bosses.
Alright.
The first one is a little bit of a gimme, so I don't mind just kind of telling you, just so you know what it is that you're looking for. Just go to the Endless Corridor for now. Go through the loop door there. No, the loop door. Also, remember that the Queen of Fairies exists.
Yeah.
Haven't seen me again when the time has come. We've come pretty far. This time still hasn't come.
That is...
Just bear that in mind. Alright, so you got the thing here. Proceed one more screen to the left. Chant Marduk.
Hello.
And that is Tiamat's wedge. There's also the number 8. It looks like a percent. It looks like a percent symbol.
Yeah. Do I do anything with it?
You can look at it. Not necessary to do so, but you can. It even says as much. backwards because it's coming from the back.
Alright, so
Well,
it's just revealing them.
Yes. So yeah, you need to drive all 8 wedges in the various areas. So,
Foot of the Twins, so Twin Labyrinths, yes?
yep. Go ahead and read that again.
Tip of
At
the
the tip of the feet that connect for 2. So the clues here are telling you where you find the mantra, and from there you need to figure out where you drive the wedge. This is basically the final puzzle of the game, is doing this whole sequence.
Okay. Alright, so should I have gone to the front?
This is sufficient, actually.
Okay.
So, do you want me to just kind of tell you where to go, or do you want to figure out by the clue that the thing told you of where to find the mantra of where you should be going?
Well,
roughly speaking.
I see a compass.
You don't need to worry about the compass yet. That's for after you have the mantra.
Okay.
This is just an environmental thing.
I'd like to know where to go.
Alright, so, you remember how when you had to do that business with the poison gas, and there were the 2 doors that connected each other, and there were the statues of the twins in their full glory on each side? Maybe check those rooms.
Let's see. I have to remember how I got there.
Well, the simplistic way would be to jump in from Temple of the Sun, but you can also just walk it from here. Just go west for a little bit to the south.
Statues of the twins.
Actually, no. This is the room I was talking about. So yeah, head through the door down there and see if that works out for you. Remember that we can't actually get this.
Yeah.
Alright, so it wasn't this. Where else have you seen the twins?
Oh, right, that. I forgot about that. Worth it. Where else have I seen the twins? Holding up things.
That is a thing, and if you want those, then it's quicker to go to the backside tablet.
Oh, wait.
There you go.
Let's see. I think one of them was... There's one right now.
Alright, so it's not this one. Maybe go the other way.
Of course.
There you go.
I'm not gonna sacrifice a...
You're learning.
Wait.
You're learning.
Oh, fuck you!
No, you want to go down there.
I do?
Yeah, didn't you look?
Oh, hello, derp.
Yeah, pay attention.
Okay. Baphomet's Feast, to which the witches flock. The name of the place where the summoned demon shall return.
You only need the word here. These aren't actually clues on where the wedges are. You only need the word.
Okay.
Yes.
I have the
Baphomet's
word.
wedge is or at least that's the command word. You almost got glitched.
Alright, so now we have to figure out where to go.
Alright, so you see, so remember, Baphomet was on the front side there. And you see where the compass, the front side compass, is relative to Baphomet's boss room?
Yeah.
What if you applied that same directional logic in reverse and started your path to... and you started the same path, not necessarily heading to the same room, but the same path, using the backside compass as a point of origin.
Well, let's see. If Baphomet's room was 1 over and 2 down...
From the compass it is 2 over and 1 down.
2
Two
over
over and 2 down. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, blah. 2!
Yeah,
it's 2 both ways.
2 both ways. 2 over and 2 down. It's to the right of the ground
Yes.
tablet.
Of the compass, yes. Oh, that's what you mean. Well, go ahead and try using Sabat there. See how that works out.
Bingo.
There you go. Now you kind of understand like how this whole wedge thing works.
Somewhat, I think. I'm kind of getting there, I think.
It's easiest to kind of demonstrate in the Twin Labyrinth as opposed to the Endless Core or the Sweated Mind skipping the first step. Especially since the first step is just go left from the dimensional corridors.
The side of Hell's Gatekeeper.
So Hell's Gatekeeper... I don't know where the tablet is that tells you this, but that's Ox Head and Horseface.
Okay, so I've got to...
You gotta go back into that little tunnel thing again.
Which was accessible from Tower of the Goddess?
You can get there. You can also get there from Giants.
Giant's Graveyard.
Yes.
Uh-oh. It's done. Yep. Oops.
Now, I will say that it's not quite as simple as how many, rooms over is it? That's not entirely accurate. You can use it as a broad strokes. Broadly speaking, you want to apply what would the path be if you were walking it, as opposed to looking at the map and just going by, coordinates.
I see.
Because one of them will make absolutely no sense if you're just trying to do it by virtue of, just like map coordinates. But if you like walk the path and you keep, like a certain thing in mind about it, like how you would walk that path, then it goes exactly where you think it would go.
Oh, I never got that. That's funny. Not that I need the money, but...
And you can pick up 3 boxes of bullets before you throw down with Mother.
Yeah. I'm with it. Oh, hello. There you are. Move. Move.
That's a different kind of fan art for me. Alrighty, so then.
Path
Do
leading
you want
outside.
to try to solve this? Do you want to try to solve this wedge on your own, or do you want me to give you some guidance?
I would like a little bit more guidance here. It says
I remember
path
this
leading
one's the one. This one is the one that's a little fucky for me, I find. Let's see what
Do I need to be here, by the way, or should I be warping someplace?
I'm fairly confident it's not in these. Let me check this, just so you don't leave the area first, and then come back.
Okay.
Interesting, the wiki doesn't actually talk about the wedges on, like, the areas for themselves.
Well, that doesn't help.
Yeah, I just have to, like, do a different kind of search. Okay. Okay, so...
Those faces are lit up.
Yes, they are. Okay, so... Warp to the Chamber of Extinction. The wedge is going to be in Chamber of Birth, but take in the map at the moment. So, remember where you threw down with Palanque on this map?
Let's see. That is... Well, there's only 2 ways to go. And
Remember, Palanque wasn't in, like, this big strip here.
Yeah, Palanque had to be warped to from the Chamber of Birth.
No, you dropped in from the Inferno Cavern. Basically, the room was the one that's 2 rooms above where the ferry is. 2 coordinates.
Oh, the blue door.
Yeah, that's where Palanque was. So you notice that, like, you know, from the compass, like, there's, like, a kind of a distance thing going there.
Yes.
Right. So, like... And remember, you're not really thinking of this in, like, point-to-point, you know, like, globe logic. Just kind of remember that general shape. So the wedge is in the Chamber of Birth. Just kind of remember, you know, this kind of orientation with the compass.
Okay, so Chamber of Birth.
Yep. I really like in this game, if you want to go to the back or the front, you just have to press down, and it'll switch you to the opposite of whichever place you're currently in.
That's helpful.
Yeah. It's one of the things that... It's one of the, like, the little niceties that this game does that the sequel doesn't that makes me really prefer this one. So remember what I said, if you're not certain about things, you know, 1, check your map. You should be trying to figure that out before you charge through places. And 2, if you want to try and brute force it, you can just, you know, use the Jed pillar on each side.
Alright, so...
And you don't need to kill everything to use it either. You can just use it when you enter.
Yeah, I realize that. Yeah, I can basically just do it in every room.
Yeah, like I said, you better brute force it if you don't quite understand. This is probably the hardest one, I will say. So looking at the map, do you, and, you know, using the information I've provided you, can you hazard a guess about where it is that you need to go?
Well... Let's see, where...
So the compass is up in that other section, as opposed to where you are right now.
Right. Well, I can get to that, of course, by following the path we've always got.
The path we've tread many, many times.
Yes, so much so that I actually know it pretty well now.
And you can just, you know, use the pillar each room along the way, just in case. And since you know what it is you're looking for, you know when it's not correct.
Yeah. Yeah, check me out, brute forcing. Ah!
I'm gonna brute force this room so hard, I'll do it twice.
I brute forced your face, bucko!
You know, I never tried to do that. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Oop.
I made it.
Oh, you wanted to go down here and you didn't go the other way? Because the other way is how you get there.
Well, fucking balls.
Just go to the Goddess Tower, and you can just pick up a healing fairy along the way if you're going to go through the other branch. Because I will say this, as I recall, it is in fact on that branch, not this one.
Boy, Goddess Tower?
Or Giants. It's that path.
I just go heal standard wise.
Alright. I always like to just try to use fairies because it's faster.
Okay, back to the Chamber of Earth.
Indirectly. Not this one. You want to be on the other branch. That's why you were going to the Goddess Tower or Graveyard of the Giants. Other side. Yeah, that's the one that leads to Gate Evolution.
That's why I keep wanting to do that.
Oh yes, I want to get lost.
Ah! Wee. Fuck you, Ice Wizard. Nailed it.
There you go. So this next one is a little sneaky.
Inside the giant, huh?
Sort of. So there was another clue that we got. Let's take a quick trip back to the Tower of the Goddess real fast. Or we can, or if you would rather do the software juggle, get Bone Plus back active again. Because you do have this recorded, it's just in the second set. I guess you don't need the extra damage, a lot of these things are kind of weak compared to just like the flail whip in general. Just turn off the move. Remember to turn it back on later. Okay, a lone snake stands among the spikes.
The snake that protects
The enchanted words hidden by the giants. Interesting choice of words, considering if you look at the mantra clue that we just got.
inside the giant in Land of Inferno.
Right. So, by technicality, all of this takes place within the Inferno Cavern, but there's a little bit of a kick to it.
Of course there is.
So, do you have an idea of what this is referring to when it says a bunch of spikes, but it's pretty clearly referring to the Inferno Cavern, which broadly doesn't have spikes?
Well, it's not referring to actual spikes.
In the case of that, it is in fact the thing is in fact surrounded by spikes. There are a bunch of spikes in the place where you would find this, and you went through it rather recently.
Well, let's see. Ugh. Not the Yoku block section, thank you very much.
That is actually the area. The good news is you can come in from the back way through the Tower of Ruin, which you can get to through the Tower of the Goddess. That is the one place in the Inferno Caverns that does, in fact, actually have spikes.
Kuh.
Bottom of the tower. Bottom of the other tower, in fact.
Going down. Pardon me, landing on your decapitated self.
Hey, about to. I'm about to. Good stop.
Yep. Oh.
What?
Oh, hello.
Okay, that is a thing. What you did.
I guess I grapple quad.
I guess. Oh.
Okay.
That works. That works.
Whatever.
I'll take it.
Whoops.
Whoop. You always hesitate just enough that hits you.
I've noticed.
Yeah, you can see why I made a point of having you go through and get this all set up sooner than later.
Yep.
Oh, look at that! A lone snake in the land of Inferno.
Huh.
And now let's go to the main branch of the Inferno Cavern.
Oh, good. Oh, funny. Echidna's Cavern, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Knuckles, huh?
Not
Alright, here we are.
Incidentally, that room actually has some presence in the sequel. It's actually kind of important.
Nice.
So do you remember, so we're talking about, like, a statue here, and that dealt with, you know, one of the first children, the, you know, like, the kind of sneaky people?
Yeah.
Where was the last time you saw one of those statues here in the Inferno Cavern?
God, it's been an age since I've been anywhere other than this screen and the next two over from it, so...
Maybe we refresh your memory to come in from the Temple of the Sun route, since, you know, it's pretty easy to get in from there.
Gosh, remember when it wasn't? I mean, I'm no expert in this game now by any means, but gosh.
You kind of go through a bit of a personal journey playing this game. You learn a little about yourself.
Alright. The statue has broken, finally. Bye. Okay. Alright, so is this actually in the Inferno Cavern then, or do we need to move somewhere else?
So take note of the path here first before heading over to the Tower of Ruin, because the wedge is in the Tower of Ruin.
Okay. Well, I have a lower path that I don't seem to recall being there before.
I'm not seeing the map up.
Oh, that.
If you're talking about like that little lava thing there, that's been there the whole time.
Oh. Well, it's been a while, so...
Alright, so you see where the compass is, and then you also see where Vi's room was.
Well, I know where Vi's room is, easily enough.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going
all the
there
way
yet.
to the down.
Yeah, but we're not going there yet.
Well, you don't even need to go there. You just need to take note of the relative coordinates there.
Tower of Ruin.
Alright. Just looking on where the compass is here.
Very, very close. So would I be noting where I fought What's-Her-Face just recently?
Not Nuwa, where you fought Vi, and then using that to triangulate from where the compass is, remember? You're not even gonna try and solve this?
Me brute force it? Never. Never! Never! I'm totally brute forcing
Just
it.
counting how many pots we're running into that you remember.
It's probably, some of those are probably a case of I broke them, and then I died. And then I never remember to re-break them.
I will tell you this.
Yes.
You can't get to it from there. You gotta come back around through the other way.
The way what goes through the Tower of the Goddess again?
Or graveyard, yes.
Or graveyard. Oh, a lot of retreading ground here.
They make you come through, like, this section a lot.
I mean, I like a song about curry as much as the next guy, but Jesus. Did I not want to go here?
I think we conflated the common paths, and rethinking it, no, yeah, you want to be going Tower of the Goddess. Like, you can get there from here, but that means going through the spike room, and I don't think you want to do that.
I definitely do not.
Yeah. Base of the Virginity Tower. Thank you, Skeleton. They just walk off.
Okay, moving along.
Yeah, about to. Good news is you can keep tagging the fairy. Hey, gold berry.
Score!
Hey, smack that guy. You probably get a chakram out of it. 3 even.
3!
Yeah, there you go. See? That's why you never need to buy these fucking things.
Yeah.
You about to.
Alright.
Now, before you go casting it in every single room, will you at least try to figure it out?
Let me see here.
That's not going to help you. It's only using the compass relative to the boss room, like from the front in this case.
Let's see. There we go.
There you go.
Alright, next. Fifth mantra is below the goddess.
I will say this. Just walk back the way you came just now.
Don't mind if I do. I'm all for easier.
Let's not fall down the tower again.
Yes, let us not fall down the tower again.
Down one screen and to the right, I think. Actually, no, I think it's just down one screen. Good. Thank you, Abawaku.
And the fairy's gone.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Almost didn't see it because of the light.
Borrow.
Bahamut is the reference here, huh?
Oh, it's Bahamut's Wedge.
So, Spring in the Sky?
That'd be a good place to start. That's where you'll get the compass information. The wedge is in the Tower of the Gods.
Okay. Well, I know where Bahamut's room is. From the compass, it is one up, one over, and then up, like 2 or 3.
3 up and then 1 back.
It's the left arrow, basically.
It's kind of a question mark shape.
Yeah. All right, but we have to go to the Goddess Tower for that.
To apply it in any reasonable capacity. And don't forget to equip the mantra if you haven't already.
I did. I'll check
Okay,
it
that tripped me up more times than I care to admit. I would go to the right place and it was like, wait, it didn't work? And then I'd second guess myself, run through the whole place, realize I didn't have it, go back to the first spot, get it. It's like, yeah, I was fucking right.
Yeah. Okay, so, from the compass. It's 1 up, 1 over. Okay, looks like it's the screen next to the ferry. On the left. If I'm, extrapolating correctly. Fuck you! Anyway. Nobody saw that. Ew. Fancy. Alright, this is the philosopher. Wrong door.
Alright, so look at your map again. You were close. You forgot that there was a go up, a stem of the question mark. So where would that put you? You were real close.
Well. Not in the room with the scales, right?
You want to think about that a little harder?
And that was my first thought, so...
Maybe go with your first thought. I mean, you can just use the ladder from the other room. You don't have to go this way.
Oh.
You know, the one that the philosopher opened for you.
Okay.
And we already had a discussion on where you go to get the one for the Temple of the Sun. And there goes the ball.
As does. Yep. And there it is.
Yep.
Wedjet.
Huh?
Okay. Elmac from here is over and then straight down 3.
Certainly seems to be about right.
So,
You can restock your lamp if you want.
yeah, I could, actually. That would not be the worst thing to have. Probably won't affect the final boss, but, you know.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what a surprise. It's almost like I know video games.
Hilariously, it wouldn't actually help you all that much, all things considered.
Okay. I gotta wait for the platform. And still wait for the platform. Because this is a very long platform.
It's quite the ambitious platform.
Okay.
Spans 2 whole screens.
There we go. Over. Down.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yep. Didn't even need me.
That one, I mean, I've done the fall to Elmac so many times. Okay, 2 to go. Top the 5 mysterious floors. Alright, well, we have to think about the places we haven't been yet.
Well, the next one is going to be, it's going to be in the second area, but whether that means, front or back. So it's saying, look at that clue again, before you make your warp.
By the spike, atop the 5 mysterious floors.
Now, what would you qualify as a mysterious floor? This one took me a little bit to kind of figure out. I had a bit of a guess.
Well, let's see.
And don't limit your thinking to the front or the back. Think in terms of both. Like, not at the same time, just, you know, don't close off thinking about either of them.
The Gate of Illusion is the thing that sticks out the most to me as far as a,
No, it's not going to be there. That's section 1. Remember, this is section 2 we're talking about.
Oh, right, so... Yeah, so it's... Right, so we're talking about the Mausoleum or the Graveyard here.
Correct. Giant land, one way or another.
Giant Land, yes. It's, you know, it's Mario 3, level 4.
World 4, yes. I was actually thinking that. I'm glad you picked up on it.
Let me see. Mysterious floors.
I remember that you struggled with this a little bit when you ran into it. Because it involved a little bit of platforming shenanigans. It took you, you actually had to bail out because of damage. You had to
I
come
feel
back
that was
at
the
it.
Mausoleum then.
Try again.
Okay.
There's certainly a lot of floors here, but not many that you could qualify as mysterious or anything like that. You could also reinterpret floor as platform. So a place that had 5 platforms of an atypical nature.
Now you're giving me the Yoku blocks flashbacks all over again.
Well, we're not dealing with those.
Thank
And
God.
besides, those didn't have, those weren't 5 of them. Those were 4 and 2.
Okay. So let's see. Where did we find 5 platforms?
I will say this, in the pathing we've been doing, we've been coming mighty close there. We haven't necessarily gone there, but we've been mighty close to it.
Ugh.
You don't need to be warping anywhere.
Alright, so we're in the right spot. Let's see. It's kind of...
You can ignore the flying mono butt.
I seem to have found it.
Yes. Incidentally, it's also the compass room.
Imagine that.
You can make that jump, but it might be easier to go to the other one. The one on the other side there. Oop, there you go.
Or I can make it. Damn,
There you
fuck
go.
shit. I know.
Don't overcorrect. Just walk out, just walk out.
Abuto.
You learn some shit about Abuto in LM2.
Okay, so we're going with where Sakit was.
So then, this one. Yes. Yeah, the wedge is also here in the graveyard. So let's head over to the Mausoleum and get our bearings.
Yep. Let's see. Sakit was down and down 2 and over 2. Okay, so from the compass room, it's not possible to go down 2 and over 2. Interesting.
You can't do that, but you could try a different configuration of that. You might also end up going, like, in a wraparound fashion. Like, that's also a possibility.
I was starting to think over 2 and down 2. Also, I need to have that equipped.
And the mantra.
I already have the mantra. Yeah, I'm very fast on that.
Okay.
Nope.
Don't forget, though, there's also, like, the pathing thing to kind of consider. And you can wrap around the map to end up in a place.
True.
I will say this.
Ha!
I say. I will say this. The the fastest way to get to this one would actually be to come from the Giant's Mausoleum side of things.
No kidding. Let's see, how did we get there?
Go left.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually. I think we went left.
Yeah, it's right there. That's why it's the fastest.
That's extremely fast.
Yeah. And so if you take like the east route, it's going to take you to that other area you were just in, which is where you don't want to be. Because like if you wanted to get to the upper area of this place, you have to do that whole wraparound, and it just leads you here to this very room anyway. So you can just come to this room and skip all of that shit.
Yeah. There we go. First tomb.
And the last mantra tablet, it should be in a place you remember pretty well.
The Sign of Courage. Oh, let's see. A place I remember pretty well, huh? There's come to be...
This is going to be Area 1. Might remember Test of Courage.
I do remember a Test of Courage. I have to remember the exact location of it, but I do remember it. There it is.
Yep. Test of Courage. I like how they make like the first like memorable puzzle be like where you have to go for the last one, basically. La-Mulana. The name of the mother.
Indeed. Alright. And let's see. Amphisbane was...
Amphisbana was the, do you see where the down arrow is? It was in the room to the right of that.
So basically 2 to the right of the compass.
Right, but you can't walk that path.
Of course not. We can't make it simple.
Again. In fact, why don't you try going to Amphisbana's room and walking to the compass, and remember like that little secret passage?
It's been a while, and that was when we were doing this once a week, so... Oops. See the secret passage.
You got to first get to Amphisbana's room. That's to the east, and then south.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is Amphisbana's room. Go ahead and check your map just for reference. Well, you don't need to do any malarkey in here. It's not here. It's in the other room, remember? The skeleton against the wall? So yeah, take note of the path you take when you walk the path going, making use of that skeleton. You see the one against the wall there?
Yeah.
That's how you get the Holy Grail. So check your map now.
Okay.
So yeah, the compass is, one over to the right and then one down from here.
Okay.
that total path is basically 1 up, 3 right, and then 1 down. So kind of like a crescent shape, or a very wide U.
Okay, let's see here. 1 up, 3 across, and 1 down.
Remember, it could be like kind of a wacky configuration, don't forget.
Yes.
Also, this is a long mantra.
I see this.
It is filling out the whole of La-Mulana.
Alright, that was just my first notion of guess there, just on the basis of inverted crescent.
Off the brute forcing, are we? That quick, huh?
Well, I had a thought process based on stepping through you know.
You do have to go through a wall to come out the other way, but I think you're thinking about that in the wrong direction.
There's a walking through a wall.
You don't necessarily have to walk through a wall in a literal sense when you're pursuing the wedge. It's only for discerning the path from the boss chamber to the compass.
Let's see. Well, we know it's not here.
I will say this, it's not in the maze.
Oh, that's good. Alright, let's warp back then. Let's check that one for edification.
Yeah, you can stop off at the ferry spot while you're at it.
Yeah, I actually intend to. Oh, good, it's the one I wanted. I am kind of brute forcing this one because I hate the Gate of Illusion.
What's the room you hate more than any other in this place?
That would be the one.
Okay, the second most.
Second most? Not the...
That's not a path.
It is in
Warp
fact
again.
not. Let's see, the one I hate the second most. Or do I need to come this way from...
Hey, remember.
I did. Just in time, too. Oh, yeah, that is the room I hate the most.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the room with the spikes. Okay.
No.
So I was correct. As it turns out, I do know you sufficiently. No, that's all the wedges.
Great! Now what?
Alright,
Aside from a trip to the surface to heal up and drop a quick save.
So before you do that, I mean, go ahead and save and all that.
Okay.
But bring up your warp menu and just real quick. That was something missing.
I think I do notice something missing. Yep, I do. Shrine of the Mother's missing.
Well, then I think that's where we should be going.
Now I have to remember how to get there in the more direct sense.
Endless corridor. By the way, I have a little bit of an indulgence I'd like to ask you to consider in this moment.
Yes.
So the music that's going to be playing as soon as you set foot in there, it's good, but the classic version of that track is my favorite track in the entire game. And I was wondering if you'd be willing to play that over stream upon entry, as opposed to, and just like turn the music down to 0 and let that one play.
I don't have any issue with that. I'd like to, of course, hear the original. Or hear the...
Sure, like, just one pass, and then you can play the rest of it. Like, I don't mind.
Okay. Just drop me the YouTube link in DM, and yeah.
I am doing that, because boy howdy, I've listened to this track a lot. Yeah, go ahead and keep going through the corridor while I dig this up. Like, it'll be a bit before you get there. Because remember, it's at the end of that, like, whole thing.
Oh, it's the one that's down, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I have to kind of remember a little bit about how to get there.
Yeah, you're doing fine so far.
Yeah, brain's chugging. Remember that.
Thou art the fool, thou art the fool, thou art the fool, thou art the fool.
No. Only the penitent man will pass. Penitent man is humble before God. Kneel! Kneel! I don't kneel, I Steve.
I was going to say, Armstrong!
Yeah. Punch it. Up.
You can also see some of the some statues of the first children in the background.
I did notice them, yes.
Alright. Set the game music to 0 before you go through. Yep. It's under config. Alright, go ahead and broadcast that. I've got it loaded up on my end, so just tell me when you hit play.
Alright, hang on, I gotta That's it. Yeah, I should be able to just hit play in Discord.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, play. Welcome to the true shrine of the mother.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the path that you usually took isn't really available here.
It is not.
Left.
Left, okay.
Yeah, you can't really quite get through what you're wanting to do with over there just yet. Remember the spikes are there. Oh, look at that. You can get to that altar now.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I was like, I don't see it.
Yeah, those little tendrils do hurt. You gotta wait for them to pass.
God damn it. Oh, I'm hitting him. Now I can go to the right. No, I can't.
You can climb that from the back. On the right side. You see it? Press up. Like, slightly left.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, okay.
You also notice that like all of the wedge images are broken and shattered.
Damn fuck shit. Oh boy. This is trouble. Big trouble. Well,
Alright, you can go ahead and set the music back, and that's fine. Yeah, like, that certainly sounds like, you know, the approach to a climax, doesn't it?
it sure does.
Like, this is my favorite track in the whole damn game. And the remake version it's good. I don't think it quite measures up. You had it at 20, I think. Doesn't super matter, but...
Okay, so that area is...
It means business.
Yeah.
Yeah, rushing through and leaping before you look is a surefire way to get yourself killed. It's a good place to just kind of like take slowly and approach with some methodology. Remember, you have sub-weapons. The shield is good, but that only helps you against projectiles. You can't really grab the fairy from here, and I don't. In fact, I recommend you don't, because there is a fairy spot in the Shrine of the Mother.
Something occurred to me too. Never bought bullets.
That's not going to be a problem, in fact, for a reason.
There will be somebody to sell us bullets.
Not exactly.
Or
You'll
we'll
see
fix
when
them
we get there. You'll see when we get there.
I will just be very happy boy once there is a save point present in that location. Shit.
You will, in fact, be going to the same Holy Grail Shrine, but it's going to qualify as one in the back.
Aha!
Because, yes, that is the back of the Shrine of the Mother. There is a front and a back to everything, including the Shrine of the Mother.
So the front is completely closed.
Yep, that is gone. Incidentally, you can perma-miss the bounce shot software,
Yeah?
but you got that, so it's not a problem.
Why did only one of them change that time?
That's kind of random. Seriously, are you like continuing to hold to, right all the way through like a screen transition instead of just letting go?
Yes.
Why? Like that's why you fall off things. You don't have any momentum when you do a screen transition, unless you're like in the air.
Oh, of course I have it.
That's why that one room in the in the Gate of Illusion always gets you. Alright, so here's the remake version of this track now.
God. Oh, come on.
You have sub-weapons. You can use Rolling Shuriken for like, that kind of situation.
Oh my... That counts, huh? Jeez. Darn, that doesn't work for that.
Oh no, it's above you. You could potentially throw a bomb.
I was thinking about that.
Guy on this screen, so I would say use the shield.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, you can block that guy's entire flame breath and just stand in front of him. As long as you don't whip him, he won't hit you. East.
East? Okay, that's where I ran into a problem.
Yeah, you almost went back to basically the entrance. You can kind of see what I mean about the music.
I do. Almost to a heal. No, I don't want wedges.
You're done with wedges.
There's a heal. You'll love to see it.
Yep.
Alright, where am I going?
Just offer it for me real quick, by the way. Yeah, you need to re-equip move. You don't need text tracker anymore at this point, so you can just get rid of that. You can also get rid of the map reader, also. So let's see, what do you got here?
I have 300.
Yeah, you definitely want move, and let me just check a thing quick. Because something occurred that might help you get through this a little easier.
That'd be good.
Equip Death Village. Let's see here.
I cannot.
You can get rid of mantra. You don't need mantra anymore. You're done with mantras. There you go. That'll get you extra iframes.
Oh, good.
Alright. Oh, you're not going that way.
No. Is that a hole?
Yes.
It is a hole. Nope. Fucking asshole.
Yeah, that might be some glitched. Platform.
Yep. I noticed.
Good, good. Hey, buddy.
What's up, dude?
Been a while. It's time.
Okay. So what's the deal?
Well, go at it. I think you can block that. If you're phasing them, that is.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be down in the diving path, because you're gonna get hit every single time. Unless you, like, you know, jump before he passes through. Oh, hey, you had enough health to tank it. Oh, except Form 2! Which is actually probably a little easier.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep, you finally fight Beelzebub. And oh look what it is. Don't forget to read this. This is technically a new one. And you'll need a glyph reader. This unequipped, like the map. Alright, now if you look at your warp menu...
Correct.
But it's on the back.
Yes.
You can see the big tendril through there.
Indeed.
Alright, keep going.
Oh, I guess I don't really need to...
There's not really anything you need to do on about your equipment. I do equip the key. Not that it really matters, but... Alright. Head down before you head up. Because you saw the ferry spot. The ferry moved.
I did.
So you can pass through here because that's the thing in the background there. Keys. That's Healing Fairy, and just go ahead and warp to the tablet to basically have an easier time getting out of here.
Achievement unlocked, Fairy Light Completionist.
That is the achievement for using every single fairy spot in the game.
Oh.
Alright, keep going.
There it is. It's like, where's my spot for that?
There you go, up this time. That's the tendril. You're gonna have to, like, yeah. It's basically best to, like, two-part that one, like, run under it and then, like, wait for it to pass under.
Ah.
Alright. This part is, like, go left. Smack that monkey. Go ahead and hit that.
Aha!
And now you can make it to this big, big, big tablet. What does this have to say for itself?
I don't know.
It's got an interesting looking emblem on the top. Looks a little familiar.
Yeah.
Has the time come? Is it time to consult the Fairy Queen for help one last time?
I guess it is.
She actually walks away.
There she goes.
Alright, now you can warp back. And you have just enough sub-meter that you'll probably be at full health by the time you make it to the boss. Not that way. That's correct.
Alright, down, then up, then over.
Yep. Yeah, the True Shrine is a maze in a much more literal sense. Stop whipping while you're blocking shit, that's why you get hit. You can't attack and keep your guard up. There you go, much better, isn't it?
Thanks for the chakras and all, guys, but fuck off.
Just hop on through. No, jump. To the left.
Okay, there we go.
Down. Yeah. And berries match the sigils.
This is it! Okay.
So you don't have an Ankh Jewel. But you do have something that has that same redness that has changed recently. What have you had that's never really had a use?
That's interesting. That's different, too.
So once you defeat Tiamat, the Key Sword upgrades. It actually becomes Strength 6. And if you strike this thing, it's your Ankh Jewel.
Okay. Here she is. Alright. What do we got?
So, you want to be hitting the face. I don't think you can block these. You want to avoid the hell out of those. This is a little different from in Classic. In Classic, they're much slower. But you can also only hurt this with the Key Sword. You don't need to switch to here. That's in Classic. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
And because you have the Sage's Medicine and the Holy Grail, or the Medicine of the Mind, rather, you solved that correctly. If you did not have that medicine, it would eject you, much like Palanque did.
God damn.
You can come all this way and just get booted.
That would fucking figure.
It's the final fuck you of the game. It's kind of great.
Well, I don't imagine that there's actually anything I can use in usable items.
Nope. This is just a fight. This is just a straight fight from here on out. Don't forget you have sub-weapons. Also, if you sit in the, like, the way corners, I don't think that hits you. But this is the mother. The tablets have mentioned that the first children with their serpentine lower bodies were made with the closest image to the mother.
I shot her.
Yes, you did. In Phase 2. I think the weak spot is the baby. There it is. It's the face. In Classic, this phase of the boss more closely resembles Jesus and Mary.
Oh, I can see that.
The axe is good for this phase, incidentally, because it's primarily above you. Although you can still reach with the flail. It's a little hard. Incidentally, in the original, each phase can only be hurt by one weapon. This is the axe phase. And I don't think the sub-weapons worked at all.
Oh, shit.
Maybe you will even show you later.
Damn. Hey, Carmine. Yep. We're, about there.
So I'm going to tell you this right now. There are 5 phases to this fight. That's Phase 3.
Well then.
That's so satisfying. It does look intense. Out of this.
Gonna earn this one.
Boy, howdy. Ooh, one more ball and you'll be at full health. Farm up a little extra health before you proceed with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go back to the ice cream. There you go.
Now we're in business.
Yep. Just jump. Don't climb. Now climb. There you go.
Okay.
I do like the very large seals are broken with the assistance of the fairies because their colors actually match these. Which is a really subtle detail that you probably don't notice until this point. By the way, I will also say I do not recommend using the gun on the second phase. Save the gun for later.
Okay.
The first phase is not that bad. You can easily get through without taking a hit.
I didn't, but, well, here we are.
This is first phase. I'm talking about second phase. Lord Tyrion, less missed and more decided to not bother.
Pretty much.
You can just kind of hang around in the corners underneath her and then just, like, catch her when she, like, does this with the whip. Yeah, you, like, don't even walk forward, just chill in the corner.
Okay.
I mean, the corner that she's hovering over, specifically.
That's not working.
You weren't all the way in the corner.
I am all the way in the corner.
Well. Yeah, so like right there it would have worked. Yeah, like she's way up against the wall there, that's why.
There we go. Phase 3.
If you're going to use the axe, don't forget to switch over, but you can still hit her with the flail here. And I would recommend that because the flail is doing basically twice as much damage as the axe.
That's phase 3.
Yup. Phase 4.
Oh, fuck this. Oh, fuck this so hard.
That wasn't too bad. You can make the tendrils go away.
Yeah, I noticed that, actually.
And final phase, which is the longest phase.
Oh, great.
So we're in the same thing here, but the mother is smaller. Amphisbaena. Decades.
Oh, hi.
I really like those boss.
Honestly, I'm not even sure I've been hitting her.
You haven't. You keep being overly defensive when she's using an max attack. You're running way behind her when you could be jumping up and hitting her. Stop short and just jump straight up. You can get her. There you go. Vi! You remember Vi's big move, right?
I do. Okay.
I'm amazed I didn't get you.
Rip.
Alright, so let's take a little detour since I think you could use it. It's time to buy bullets.
Where are we buying bullets?
Temple of Moonlight.
Oh, that's right, there's no map on.
It's not super necessary. I guess you can disable Glyph Reader if you really want it.
Let's see, which...
The one on that far right there.
In the blue room?
Yeah, down, down, and then it's just east from there. Just transition the edge of this one and wait for the platform. Or just do that.
As is the way.
Down. You can't go from that side, you gotta take the lower east path.
Through the door? Or through the, weights?
Yes. Like, you don't need to give a shit about weights at this point.
I don't.
Yeah, just have a guy door. Bing.
Excellent. Buy more.
You can't. You notice he went immediately to sold out. If you look at your ammo count for the gun, I mentioned this previously, but yeah, that dude sells you 3 boxes of ammo instead of just 1 like all the other merchants do. So even though this guy charges the same as the dude in the village, this dude gives you 3 times as much.
Alright. Well, now we're in great shape.
So you can see the mother isn't too bad, it's just kind of, you know, a marathon fight.
Yeah.
And I really like how, you know, she takes moves from all of the Guardians. So it's like, oh, I remember this attack, I remember this attack.
She's Lavos.
You know, thematically she kind of is. This alien thing that fell to the planet and, you know, created life. Difference is, I like this game.
See, I like Chrono Trigger a lot. And I like this game a lot, so...
I had never actually thought of it in terms of that before, mostly because I don't like Chrono Trigger. This game has fairies.
Alright. Once more with feeling.
The reason you need the medicine of the mind is because that's physically entrapping the mother, who otherwise doesn't really have a physical form beyond the ruins itself.
Yeah.
Try to time the jumps for when she's, you know, like down in her heart.
What the hell? Why am I not...
You're going with the grain instead of against it. Time the apex of your jump when she's at the lowest point of her bob. Yes, you don't do it that way. There, you would have had it.
Why am I having so much of a harder time with it now than I was the previous time?
Why aren't you timing your jumps? Watch what her movements are.
I am. I'm just not hitting. This run is history. There it goes, and dead. Okay. No. Loco, you can't not drop something there. Not great. Not great at all. There we go. Okay. Let's go do this.
Alright.
Okay. All right. Shit. All of a sudden, I can't hit her.
If you're going to use the axe, adjust your software. You don't need Mirai anymore. That's just for the back. Get rid of the map stuff. Turn off Mirai. Yago Stir as well. Top right. Frozen Camellia and Makery. That is a different combination. Keep going. Makery. Far side. Far right. Second from the bottom. That also enabled another software combination.
I see that.
Mine. Yeah, that'll make it if you take fatal damage, you'll have 32 extra health.
Oh, that might be a... I don't understand how I all of a sudden started having problems with this phase.
I'd rush through it, maybe?
No? Not rushing anything.
Well, it seems like you're just kind of jumping as soon as you can jump rather than timing your jump specifically. At least that's how it looks to me. Makery. Or Mirai. Turn off Mirai. That one costs 500. Frozen Camellia. There you go. Now do your save again. There you go. Yeah, I'd continue to just use the flail, because the flail is going to do twice as much damage as the axe will.
Yeah, just gotta figure...
So if you're having trouble hitting, then at least your hits will count for twice as much when you do make them.
That did not pay off that time. At least we're not going to go back a couple of screens or anything like that. Okay.
And no damage.
Yep, let's see if we can get through the next phase with no damage.
Nope.
That would be the best case scenario.
Yeah, here you can sit in the corner. She's not all the way against the edge. You can go there and whip her when she comes down. See?
Good stuff.
Yeah, and like now she's over in the far corner, so you wouldn't be able to get away with that.
Right. Shit.
Yeah, don't try to get the tail. Tell for that, it's like she starts to open her eyes.
much better.
Yeah, that phase doesn't have a lot of health. It's just kind of hard to hit. Incidentally, I do like how this is the Eye of Judgment. Or Retribution.
Alright, here we go.
She's low enough, I think you can just jump up and whip her from behind in this phase.
I'm gonna start shooting her.
And this mana. They don't like spam shoot like that. Like, when she's going between phases, she doesn't include damage.
Okay.
You'll need a chamber. There you go.
Shit. Ah! Oh god, what's Plank's gonna be though? Oh, that. Ah, shit.
Pop him.
Okay. Crap. I'm out of bullets. Was that, that was it, wasn't it?
No. There's still Tiamat.
Alright. Tiamat's aren't... Oh, unless it's the fuck you button. It is the fuck you button, isn't it?
It may be, it may not be. She already does have a huge ass laser with Vi.
True. Great.
We already rolled over your health.
I
Oh,
know.
I see. You got health. Yeah, that's what you mean.
Alright. I gotta get this. Oh.
get in the corner. Other one. And you're just gonna hurl a bomb in her face.
Shit.
And just be in the corner here. Just wait. Just wait for it to drop down.
There we go.
Be at the like the apex of her bob before you jump. There, because then you mean when she's at her bottom point.
This run's done. I didn't want to jump to the right.
Finger dodge.
Yeah. Just missing on it.
The apex of her bob, that's when you jump.
There it is.
There you go.
Probably finished here. Great.
It's so tiny.
All right.
Yeah, you can just like get behind her and whip her. Like even while she's in midair, I think, yeah. You do a full jump. There you go. No need to waste the side buttons on this form.
Nope.
Or at least you can try to get behind her. Like, I know she's, like, shifting like that, but you can't, like, still just get behind her. Yeah, you better worry about the tail having, like, contact frames until you get to, like, where the thighs would be about. Like, the knee and below is safe. There you go. If she like goes across the arena like that, that would be a good time to use the gun, just from, you know, the other side.
Point.
Make sure you're jumping with enough altitude, though.
Dead. Ugh, that run was borked. whole way.
You had a lot of trouble with the baby phase, but then like you got through the rest of it pretty clean up until the final hit. Don't go up the ladder. Rather, oh hey, you got lucky. Yeah, like the thing can only go through one layer like that. Like if you wait at the top platform, the lightning won't blast you. And then you can use that time to get through there.
Okay. Moving along.
Get in the corner, get ready to whip.
Missed.
A little more of a jump. Oh, I guess you didn't. I guess you didn't miss. You got through that real fast.
Yeah.
Apex at the top. Finger. There you go. Boy, howdy.
Just liking using that one this time.
I think it's better than dealing with the fire itself.
I agree.
Dear Lord Tyrion.
Have a good one, Tyrion. Oh, come on.
Thanks for spoiling that surprise, Tyrion.
I haven't looked at it, so as soon as you say that, I'm immediately not looking at chat. But is that a case of... Does she have one more final fuck you, too?
No.
Okay, good.
Now, the mother's gimmick is having the longest fight in the game. She doesn't need a fuck you.
That much is certain.
Remember, when she goes to the far edge of the screen, that's the time to pop into the air, full jump, and use the gun. it in the mix. Shot.
Oh.
Two bullets should transition a phase if you land the shots. There you go.
Oh man, I'm getting pegged by Elmac.
I think your hat's a little shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah, when she goes to do Vi's thing, that's basically your most vulnerable point at this phase of things. Just get behind her and smack her. There you go. Flank. Just basically try not to be under her. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Off a minute.
Son of a bitch! I did not expect a third one of those.
The columns, I think, come in groups of 5.
Oh, good. Oh boy.
I think the Mother is a good fight for that's, difficult, but for, legitimate reasons as opposed to ridiculous reasons like blank. Or it's a kid, really. Like, I think it's just a well-balanced fight, because if you maneuver well, you can do the whole fight without taking a hit, and that's not super difficult.
Well, I'd like to try to pull that off, because I'd like to get this done.
Oh, sure. But each phase, you've gone pretty much at this point without being hit yet, except for the stuff that you haven't, what do you call that you haven't done yet. Like, you know how to reliably dodge the moves. It's mostly just, like, slip-ups that are causing damage, as opposed to, like, oh, there's nothing I can do about that. I just get hurt. It's like you're actually, like, there are tells in following them is not hard,
Yeah.
Incidentally, if you jump, you can probably launch the flares a little faster.
Ah, God.
Yeah, like, if she's on the far edge, then, like, don't get under her, go to the other end, so she'll come out of being at the edge, like this. Like, this is where you'd be fine. So, yeah, like, go to the other side, okay.
Alright.
Good shield.
Yeah. Oh. 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 I have learned something.
I feel like that's a little too happy coincidence to do that reliably, but yes.
God, I feel like I'm like one hit away from getting out of this. I was.
Yep.
Cost me way too much health to get that final hit, though.
Get back here, coward. Stupid Eye of Retribution. I'll give you what for.
Would you say you'd give it retribution?
Look how tiny it is.
Tuh.
I remember when she's doing LMAX, she never fires behind herself.
Good point. Did notice that.
You basically need like a full regular jump to get her when you're popping while she's doing Zaki's attack.
Aha.
Alright, bye dime. Which means it's easier to hit her now.
Yeah, theoretically. Okay. I misjudged her there. Shut the fuck up.
When she's doing Phalanx attack, if you get some distance and do a full double jump, you will probably be able to hit her. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's that one.
Yep.
Alright.
The Infinity Gaze.
If I can make it there with enough health, I'm okay.
Yeah, if you drop her while she's doing Tiamat's business, that's it.
Alright, so we were on the final part.
Yeah, pretty much like it's my observation that a double tap with the pistol will force a transition, assuming, you know, no other damage has been done.
I think that you're right. I feel like that is what I witnessed, because after you said that the first time, yeah, basically I got closer to analyzing what my pistol shots were doing, and yeah. We're right about there. We're gonna get this done.
Yeah. Like, victory is within sight. It's not like, you know, you need to get, like, a lucky run. It isn't that kind of boss. If she raises one arm, she's gonna do the laser, and she, like, raises a little bit, which is going to drop. And we just need to shift to the front.
This is the big key moment here.
You're jumping wild again. Remember, apex of her bob. That's when you start your jump. Now. Yeah, it's good.
Ah, shit.
My suggestion to you, if you're very clearly not going to make it, don't commit the double jump because that just wastes more time on the recovery.
Good point. Yeah, I got it. Hit one last time for my trouble. All right.
I don't really recommend doing what she's doing Saki's thing all the way over.
Yeah, I was too greedy.
Gun.
Why did I think I should try a shot there?
You mix the gels.
Far in the corner for me to hit there.
Remember, when she's doing Saki's attack, just keep at a distance and use the gun. Full jump, full jump. Chamber's empty.
Alright, eyeball. Oh dear God. Just had the wrong one there.
The fact that you're able to dodge that semi-reliably while you're in the middle of that is kind of astounding to me. I just want to point out. Like, how the fuck?
Don't ask.
Thought of me. I will say, this fight is over. You are not done. Don't put down the controller. Don't report victory.
What do I have to do?
Witness the creation of the 9th child and obtained the secret treasure of life.
Woo!
Time to go!
Oh no.
Up.
Yep, I need direction here.
Yep, east. Around. Upper path. Up. Up. I will say you've got plenty of time as long as I'm guiding you, so don't be too hasty. You're gonna lose most of your time making mistakes.
Like that one.
Yes. Yeah. Oh look, a rope.
Imagine that.
Thank you, Sean.
Seriously.
Alright. I think you do want to go down there.
What do you mean you think?
Your time's still going, I think.
I need a yes or a no here.
Well, check the next room if it's collapsed. I was just kind of run this with the seat of my pants. I don't really think about this too hard.
Oh, jeez. Well, it's not collapsed. It's like that's a thing of I need. Don't tell me something that maybe, you know.
I just know where you're going. You can't do that. Just go around. Remember, up through the upper wall. Yep.
And then I missed. Oh, come on. Oh, come on! No! Don't do this to me! Oh my god. I'm gonna be done in by this wall. No, I don't want to grab onto that.
I'm trying to find the search function here, and the wiki is terrible about where its search is.
I really wish you had done this in advance.
I can't actually find a page about this.
Oh wait, I'm back to the Shrine of the Mother. Fuck. Oh my God.
Okay. East.
What? No, fuck you.
East. East. So I'm going to tell you this in advance. You're heading towards the Temple of the Sun. You're going to have to go through the Gate of Guidance to do it.
Alright, I'm kind of panicking here, so...
That's why I'm telling you this earlier than later.
God. I don't, you know, just keep telling me where to go.
Yeah. You're going. Up and out.
35 seconds here.
I think at this point I'm just going to say load your thing, because you don't have the time to make it.
Load what thing?
Like, reset.
Reset and do the fight again?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
So I've never made a choice about that, because thinking about it, I think it always just broke under me, and I just fell. And it takes you to the top side of it. I think I'm remembering that now.
It's a little late.
Well, like I said, I'm trying to find things on the wiki, but the wiki is honestly kind of bad, and I can't actually find anything for the escape sequence.
I would have thought that the escape sequence would be something you just would remember.
It's kind of a thing. I've never actually blown it before.
Right. I gotta do the whole thing over again.
found the escape sequence. It's in the boss fight page for the mother, of all things.
Great.
And it doesn't really say anything.
I think so.
Yeah, swim up so you can make it a little better. Because you don't want this thing to be. There you go.
Alright. Here we are again.
Get to finish it. There you go.
Okay, so fall through the thing in the floor.
Yeah, when you consider the looping nature of the endless corridor.
That makes sense. That'll save oodles of time.
Mm-hmm.
And especially saved me from that one particular spot.
I like how you catch the secret treasure to life in the Holy Grail.
Right. Oh, fuck yourself, skeleton.
You do have the pistol still equipped. If you want to shoot something in your way, nothing's stopping you.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I've always just fallen in there, I think. So it's like I never really thought about that. It just kind of happened and just, you know, it wasn't a conscious decision, so it didn't really enter my head in that way.
Okay. All the way up.
The good news is that, you're not really in danger of, dying to damage in this whole thing, because most things here can't actually hurt you enough.
I mean, at this stage, we're past most anything that can do any actual damage to me.
Like, that, if it hits you, hurts a bunch. It's not, lethal, but it does hurt a lot. I do remember getting hit by that. Alright, so... second path, not the top path.
That's right, second.
Remember, you're heading over to the Temple of the Sun. Not that way, not that way. That way's blocked off.
Up. Well, like I say, I'm going to need some medicine. I'm going to need direction.
Yes, east. You can just jump down the hole. East.
Down the stairs.
Yep. Ladder, but who's counting?
Whatever. Temple of Sun.
Yep, east. Down. Down again. Mulbrook.
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 Oh, no kidding. Mulbrook saves our ass.
If you go to her in that kind of endish area and you go through all her dialogue, she does, she will eventually casually just mention that there's an escape route in the back of her chamber.
Oh my god.
Well, congratulations, you have in fact completed La-Mulana.
Thank God.
I like the little ending here. So a bunch of folks will just be along here for the run, and depending on the accomplishments that you made over the course of the game, different people will join in on the victory run here. like neighbor there, she joins if you get all of the maps.
Oh.
Yeah, the Healing Fairy shows up if you get all software. I think Weapon Fairy shows up if you get all sub-weapons. Algol shows up if you clear the game in under 20 hours. Now, obviously, you've been playing for more, but it doesn't count times where you've had to reload, and it doesn't track time while you actually have the pause screen up. It does it while you have the laptop up, but not the pause screen.
Huh.
So you missed one of the items. It's not a particularly crucial one. It's a debatably bad one. Getting all items makes the key fairy appear, I think. And getting all gold boxes, which is really freaking hard, actually, because one of them you can only get during the escape sequence.
Oh.
It's in the Twin Labyrinth. That'll get you the gold fairy.
I just noticed in the special thanks, deceased crab?
Yeah, so you might remember way back in LP subform history where he rather famously LP'd the game and then LP'd it again. But a lot of Western exposure occurred very directly because of Deceased Crab's LPs of classic La-Mulana.
No kidding.
Yeah, the LP subform actually has a pretty big place in the history of this game.
Oh, how about that? That's just another thing you can count that LP subform of having influence.
Yep. Incidentally, they kind of do the 11 sub-bosses thing in LM2, and one of the crabs is a great big zombie crab. So that's Deceased Crab in LM2.
Very good.
Meow.
Whew. Ah.
I think it's Argus, not all of them. Yeah, fixed. Eyes open. Eyes open. We've got another thing running as soon as the time showed up. The bell gong. Hey, P-Funky.
Hey, Funky.
So, there is one more big thing to do, and I know you're not going to do it.
This has something.
There is an extra dungeon.
I'm aware that exists.
So, that extra dungeon is called the Hell Temple.
Yes.
Which Deceased Crab, incidentally, famously said, Hell Temple is hell. Basically, the Hell Temple takes everything you've learned to an extreme, and in a lot of ways to degrees that would be considered unreasonable.
Extremely unreasonable. Sure.
Let me just get you a screenshot of like the room. Because boy howdy.
Well, in the meantime, though, we are done. We are done, and we are done for the night. Whew.
Yeah, what are you going to be occupying these time slots with? Because I imagine my schedule has suddenly opened up.
Yeah. I have some Batman to do. Deadpool was a sub-goal that just got reached. I do have to finish Half-Life and move on to Half-Life 2. So, and as it appears on the screen, 25 subs from now, if we can get there in time anyway, I will have a fanfic stream where Zap Brannigan will read some fanfics. We'll find some ridiculous ones that will sound good in the voice. So, let's get out of here, and I think it's only appropriate we raid off.
Well, before we head off there, do you have any final thoughts on the game, just to kind of wrap things up?
The final thoughts I would have is it is extremely difficult, but and some of the mechanics are not conducive to my playstyle. But that said, I feel like I adapted, and I think I come away with this pretty happy with it. I like it. Yeah, I would play again. I think that's probably the most I could say on that.
Hey, sounds good to me. By the way, here's the unreasonable room. I only have like thumbnails.
Okay.
But it's actually a 2-part room. You come in at the top center thing in the upper room there, and you need to get to the bottom right of the lower one.
There's our raid message. This time it's going to be a little longer. So yeah, I have to appropriately thank Oth for the inspiration to do this, and yeah, it's good times.
And me, I'd hope.
Yes, and you as well for all your contributions, Wayne. Thank you.
Hey, I adore this game. I'm glad to do it.
All right, and we are out.
So yeah, this room